Sergeants, can we please start the recordings?
Recording underway.
Good morning, and welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing for the Committee on General Welfare. At this time, we ask that council members and council staff please turn on their video for verification purposes. To minimize disruptions, please place cell phones and electronic devices to vibrate or silent. If you have testimony you wish to submit for the record, you may do so via email at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. We thank you for your cooperation. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the very first hearing of the City Council's Committee on General Welfare in this legislative session. My first hearing as the chair of this committee. Today, the committee will hold an oversight hearing on the impact of the end of the state and federal eviction moratoria that were put in place to protect tenants from losing their housing during the pandemic and the potential influx of new clients in need of social service assistance. The COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the importance of safe and secure housing. It has never been more apparent that housing is healthcare and housing is a human right. It is both a public health and economic priority to keep New Yorkers safely in their homes for the duration of the pandemic, but given the end of the eviction moratoria, we must proactively get ahead of accommodating what could be a massive influx of new clients in need of assistance. Prior to the pandemic, nearly half of New York City households were rent burdened, meaning that they paid more than 30% of their income towards rent. The unemployment rates dramatically increased in the 5 boroughs, as they have around the country due to the economic fallout of the pandemic. The pandemic further strained what was already a precarious situation for low-income people in New York, many of whom will likely have no way to remain in their homes unless the city, state, and federal governments take further action to assist them. Today, we want to hear about what the city is doing to protect New Yorkers from losing their homes and what services and programs are available to ensure that those at the brink of homelessness remain stably housed. Thank you to the advocates, members of the public, and those with lived experience who are joining us remotely today. Thank you to representatives from the administration for joining us. I look forward to hearing from you all on these critical issues. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues who are here, Council Members Yeager, Riley, Stevens, Caban, Lee, and Williams. Finally, I would like to thank the committee staff who worked to prepare this hearing today. Aminta Kilawan, our senior counsel, Crystal Pond, senior policy analyst, Julia Haramis, finance analyst, Rose Martinez, senior data scientist, Nicholas Montalbano, data scientist, and my staff, Michelle Cruz, deputy chief of staff. With that, I will now turn it over to senior counsel Aminta Kilawan to go over some procedural matters for this hearing.
Thank you, Chair Ayala. Good morning, everyone. I am Aminta Kilawan, Senior Counsel for the Committee on General Welfare of the New York City Council. I will be moderating today's hearing. Before we begin, I want to go over a few procedural matters. I'll be calling on panelists to testify. I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are called, and then you will be unmuted by the host. Please listen for your name to be called. For everyone testifying today, please note that there may be a few seconds of delay before you are unmuted, and we thank you in advance for your patience. At today's hearing, the first panel will be comprised of members of the public, followed by the administration, followed by council member questions, and then additional members of the public will testify. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask a question, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be called upon in order. Again, our first panel will be comprised of public testimony. All public testimony will be limited to 2 minutes. After I call your name, please wait a brief moment for the Sergeant at Arms to announce that you may begin before starting your testimony. And please note that panelists will be able to register for this hearing until 3 hours into the hearing itself. The first panel in order of speaking will be Randy Dillard, followed by Nigel Murphy, followed by Lauren Springer, followed by Jennifer Lee. And we will now begin with Randy Dillard.
Time begins now.
Okay, I'm Randy Dillard. I'm here to represent the right to counsel. I'm on the steering committee. I am a council leader for Community Action for Safe Apartments In 2017, we passed the right to counsel, giving access to legal representation to tenants across the city facing eviction cases. And the reason why we started this campaign, I live in the Bronx, and the Bronx had the highest eviction rate in all 5 boroughs, which was 11,000. Can you imagine the suffering of 11,000 families losing their homes? We did a survey of the court and we found out that 90% of the landlords had attorneys and 30% of the tenants did not. Tenants were signing stipulations and did not know what they were signing. And we won this right. And now 84% of the tenants get to stay in their home. We went back into the court and surveyed it again, and we found out that 53% of the tenants didn't know that they had the right to counsel. Landlords was getting there early, having tenants to sign stipulations before the right to counsel lawyers got there. Tenants was moving out without going to court. Landlords found another way to harass tenants. So we came back to the city council to get local law 53 passed. While we applaud the city for passing the legislation in May of last year with the effective date of November 2021, we are deeply disappointed that it has not yet been implemented. Since March 2020, more than 227,000 eviction cases has been filed throughout the state, more than the population of Rochester. Cases in the Bronx account for 40% of cases filed in New York Housing Court. And everywhere in the city, they mostly impact women of color, Black and brown people, unpaid workers. This is a crisis. This is critical. We need implementation of the local law 53 with 1.2 million households behind on rent. Organizers need to be able to get the word out before we have a homeless problem, so tenants know that they have a lawyer. We do not know what new tactics that the landlord will be using to get tenants out of their homes, as well as the judges in the court. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Randy. We are now going to move to Nigel Murphy.
Good morning and thank you. Good morning and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Nigel Murphy. I am a tenant leader with Flatbush Tenant Coalition, a group of tenant leaders and tenant associations in Central Brooklyn with a mission to build tenant power. We are a proud member of the Right to Counsel Coalition, Housing Justice for All and Stabilizing NYC. Thank you for accepting my testimony today on behalf of the Flatbush Tenant Coalition. Right to Counsel has shifted the power dynamic of housing court, a place that was created for tenants to get justice for repairs. Since its creation, New York City Housing Court has been weaponized by landlords and turned into an eviction mill. Right to Counsel is changing that. We know that 84% of tenants who had a right to counsel lawyer in housing court won their case and stayed in their homes. And with right to counsel, tenants have a strong foundation when we organize to protect our rights and fight for safe and decent living conditions. I testify today on behalf of Flatbush Tenant Coalition for 2 reasons. First, to urge this committee to immediately and fully implement Local Law 53. Second, to work with the courts to ensure that no case moves forward without a right to counsel attorney. 1, immediately and fully implement Local Law 53. Last May, tenants won a major victory when this city council passed Local Law 53. The law requires the city to work with community-based tenants organizing groups to spread the word and educate tenants about their right to counsel. Many tenants in our city don't know they have this right to free legal representation in eviction cases. Most tenants that Flatbush Tenant Coalition speaks with, tenants who are not already one of our members, they don't know anything about right to counsel. Most have never heard of it before. In New York City, more than half of all tenants and families who are forced out of their homes or forced out informally before a judge ever orders an eviction in court. Tenants who don't know about their rights often believe they will be on their own in housing court, that there is no point in fighting and they will be evicted anyway. We know that that's not true. We know that right to counsel makes a big difference and allows people to stay in their homes, even fight for repairs. Local Law 53 would provide much needed education and outreach to tenants in our community. It was supposed to be implemented this past November 2021. It is now the end of February 2022, and this law has not been implemented. Most evictions protections ended mid-January, and more than 250,000 eviction cases are now moving forward in housing courts. Some cases are individual tenants, and most are families. That means more than 500,000 New Yorkers are on the brink of eviction. We ask that the city implement Local Law 53 immediately, like the law requires. We need you to start funding community organizing groups so tenants across our city can know about and use the right to counsel. It is more important than now, ever. 2, ensure that no case move forward without a right to counsel attorney. New York City tenants have a right to counsel in eviction cases. We are deeply concerned by reports that the courts themselves are ignoring this law and trying to speed up cases through housing court, even when a tenant has not been connected to a lawyer. We want to be clear that we expect the courts to adjourn each case until a tenant has been connected to a lawyer. We also expect that the courts and the Office of Civil Justice will ensure that lawyers don't just end up with more cases than they can handle. Tenants deserve and demand quality representation with right to counsel. We deserve lawyers who have enough time to represent us well, lawyers we can work with to stay in our homes. We need our city council to work with the courts and the Office of Civil Justice to ensure that no tenant faces eviction without legal representation, and to ensure that no tenant struggles with inadequate representation because the courts are rushing to do landlord's bidding. We deserve the demand, and the court respects our right to counsel. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Nigel, for your testimony. We will now move to Lauren Springer for testimony.
Time begins.
My name is Lauren Springer, and I'm a tenant leader with Catholic Migration Services, a nonprofit legal services provider and community-based organization actively engaged in tenant organizing work. I'm also on the steering committee of the New York City Right to Counsel Coalition. The Right to Counsel law, a landmark piece of legislation guaranteeing the right to counsel in eviction proceedings, was won after a 3-year tenant-led fight. To secure this victory, we used a plethora of tools at our disposal, including, among other things, holding rallies, press conferences, and town hall meetings, testifying at city council hearings and meeting with elected officials, collecting 7,000 petition signatures, making community board presentations, developing a wide base of supporters, and employing an active social media campaign and tapping into the power of the press. But even after securing this right in August 2017, tenants continue to fight to strengthen the law, securing 2 key legislative victories in May 2021, specifically the passage of Local Law 53, which provides for the support and funding of community-based tenant organizing groups for RTC outreach and tenants' rights education, and Local Law 54, which eliminated the 5-year phase-in period, immediately providing full citywide coverage of this right. The expiration of the eviction moratorium has made the RTC law and its amendments even more critical as tenants face an onslaught of eviction cases. While Local Law 53 became effective in November 2021, 4 months later, community-based organizations have yet to receive any of the $3.6 million purportedly allocated towards this bill, and the request for proposals has yet to be released. The city needs to get in compliance with its own law by releasing funding to the organizers. For tenants to exercise their rights, they need to know they have them. Additionally, we need to slow down the housing court process by adjourning cases where tenants are unrepresented so as not to render the RTC law ineffective. Local Law 54 was passed in recognition of the needs of the times and reflected a codification of OCJ's practice instituted during the COVID pandemic. It eliminated the 5-year phase-in period, which was implemented in the first place to allow legal service providers time to hire, train, and support staff, and for the courts to establish the necessary infrastructure. Unfortunately, excuse me? Unfortunately, the legal services providers are not immune from the widespread staffing shortages facing many organizations. It's our understanding from coalition partners that Judge Jean Schneider, the New York City Housing Court citywide supervising judge, has taken the position that where providers don't have capacity to accept cases in intake parts, the court plans to move these cases forward in resolution parts without an attorney, irrespective of a tenant's eligibility for RTC. That plan is simply untenable. Moving cases forward without an attorney subverts the intent and purpose of the RTC law and represents a retraction of the ground gained by tenants in securing this hard-won right. To be clear, no case should move forward without an attorney. Moreover, legal representation should be meaningful. Tenants are entitled to due process and quality representation and do not deserve an overworked, overburdened attorney with caseloads so huge they cannot devote adequate time, attention, effort, and resources to their clients' cases. Nor should cases be proceeding with all deliberate speed so that the clearing of court dockets is carried out at the expense of effectuating a tenant's right to legal representation. Thus, I strongly urge the City Council to fully implement Local Law 53 by providing funding and support to tenant organizers and ensure that Local Law 54 is carried out as intended. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren, for your testimony. And the final panelist for this first panel of our hearing will be Jennifer Lee. Moving to Jennifer.
Urge the City Council to follow
Hi.
Local Law 53.
Good morning, and
funding
thank
support
you
to
for the
tenant organizers
opportunity to
and ensure
testify
that Local Law
today.
54 is carried out as
My
intended.
name is
Thank you.
Jennifer Lee. I'm a tenant leader.
Thank you,
I'm a
Lauren, for your
tenant leader and
testimony.
steering
The final
committee member
panelist
with the
for this
Flatbush Tenant
first
Coalition.
panel of our
What?
hearing will be Jennifer Lee. Moving to Jennifer.
We are a group of tenant leaders and tenant
Urge the City Council
association in Brooklyn
One
with a
second,
mission.
sorry, Jennifer.
Jennifer, just a second. Sorry to interrupt, but I think that you might have audio on in the background. So maybe you want to turn that off for this time.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jennifer Lee. I'm a tenant leader and steering committee member with the Flatbush Tenants Coalition. We are a group of tenant leaders and tenants association in central Brooklyn with a mission to build tenant power. We are a proud member of the Right to Counsel Coalition, Housing Justice for All, and Stabilizing NYC. I'm asking this committee to immediately and fully implement Law 53 and to work with the courts to ensure that no eviction case moves forward in housing court without an RTC attorney. Tenants won Local Law 53 this past May, but it still hasn't been implemented. The law is supposed to give money to communities, to groups to spread the word and the right to counsel in our committees, so people in dire straits know they have a right to free lawyer to represent them in housing court. Lots of people facing eviction don't know they have someone to turn to. They are harassed by landlords and pushed out of their apartments, thinking they are on their own. We need you to make sure Local Law 53 is implemented so that our neighbors know legal help is available if they are facing eviction and where they can get it. We also need you to ensure that no tenant with the right to counsel faces housing court on their own. There are too many tenants in housing courts right now and not enough lawyers to represent them all immediately. We have heard that the courts plan to deal with the situation to just force some tenants who have a right to counsel to go through the housing court process on their own, not represented by an RTC attorney. We also have heard that the court is bullying legal organizations into taking more cases than they can reasonably handle. We remind you, New York City tenants have a right to counsel. This means we have the right to quality legal representation. When a tenant is in court and there isn't an attorney immediately available, we demand that these cases be adjourned until tenants can get proper legal representation. Almost every landlord has a lawyer in housing courts, but everyday tenants are not lawyers, and most of us cannot afford their own lawyers. How will everyday people defend themselves against landlord lawyers in housing courts? We are regular people trying to stay in our homes. We have a right to free RTC attorney. That right must be respected. We ask you, our city councils, to work with courts, with the Office of Civil Justice to make sure that no tenant faces eviction without quality legal representation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'd like to acknowledge that we've also been joined by council members Brewer, Hudson, Ressler, and Ung.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to this entire panel for your testimony. Chair or council members, do you have any questions? If council members, if you do, you may use the raise hand function. And Chair, I'll turn it over to you.
I don't have any questions per se, but I just wanted to say thank you for your advocacy, your continued advocacy. And you're absolutely right. If tenants are not aware that these protections exist, then we might as well not have them in place. And I was actually not aware that we had that local law had not been implemented yet. So, you know, even I am learning something today, and I will, you know, look into this, and we'll try to figure out what the holdup is and see how we can be helpful in ensuring that we're moving that along as quickly as possible, because that doesn't make any sense to me that we're in the middle of the worst, you know, crisis the city has seen in so many years, and that we even have to go back and remind them that this has to be done. So thank you all. I know that this is not easy work, but it is important work. So I want to just to recognize that, you know, we really appreciate you. I don't know if any other members have anything that they would like to add. I don't see any.
It looks like Councilmember Brewer has questions, followed by Councilmember Hudson.
Time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to the committee. When I believe that ANHD, Association of Neighborhood Housing Developers, has a task force on housing court data. So what we're trying to do with that data, in addition, God help us to know where evictions are. They have now the housing court data, because I helped them get it, that says where evictions might be taking place because the owners have filed papers. So I'm wondering if any of you have had any contact through any of your nonprofits, because what's supposed to happen is that if there is data showing that there are, you know, holdovers being filed or whatever kind of evictions the owners are trying to pull off, hopefully unsuccessfully, that we can then send in some of your great organizations to either organize or have legal representation. So I just didn't know if anybody's aware of this effort, and if you are, is this successful? Thank you.
I'd like to recognize that we've also been joined by Councilmember Osei. Councilmember Brewer, was the question answered?
Lauren has her hand raised and can likely answer the question. If Lauren can be unmuted on her end.
Okay, in one sense, I can't answer the question. I'm not sure. I know that the coalition utilizes data like that, but I do want to say that I think that if we can identify likely places of eviction and then send in the CBOs, I think that's excellent. We need to get ahead of the problem. We need to be proactive about it. So to any extent that we can use that data, I absolutely agree.
Thank you so much for your response, Lauren. I'm now going to turn it over to Councilmember Hudson for questions.
Hi there, good morning. Thanks everyone. Thank you, Chair Ayala. Before I get into my questions, I want to note that residents in zip codes included in part or full in my district, District 35, have filed more than 21,000 ERAP applications, including over 10,000 for rental arrears, over 8,000 for prospective rental arrears, and over 2,500 for utility arrears. And my district lost 20% of its Black population over just the last decade. And so I'm very concerned that we'll see a continued displacement of Black residents during this next or current eviction crisis. And so wanted to ask some questions specifically about older adults who, of course, are included in those numbers. How many older adults have applied for one-shot deals, and how many times have they needed to apply before they've been approved is my first question. How does HRA conduct outreach about one-shot deals to older adult facilities? Are there relationships established with NORCs, older adult centers, home care providers, or any other organizations directly serving older adults? And are there programs or grants for older adults, many of whom are on severely restricted incomes, where they can apply to have the repayment requirement waived?
Councilmember, I'm not sure if you're aware. Thank you so much for your questions. Not sure if you're aware, but the first panel that we had for this hearing was a public panel, and I believe your questions are geared towards members of the administration.
Yes,
So
sorry,
if it's possible for you,
on this.
no worries. If it's possible for you to hold on to those questions and then re-ask them after the administration testifies, that would be really, really helpful.
Sure thing. Thank you. Sorry about
Thank
that.
you so much, Councilmember. No worries. Now going to move on to Councilmember Ressler for questions.
Time begins.
Thank you so much. Firstly, let me just congratulate my friend, Chairwoman Ayala. I cannot think of a better person in the not just city council in the world to be chairing this committee. And we are so lucky to have Diana at the helm of one of the most critical committees in the council. And thank you, Chairwoman Ayala, for your leadership. Really excited to work together with you here. And want to take the opportunity as well, congratulate our new HRA administrator, Lisa Fitzpatrick, who is awesome. And we are lucky to have such a really experienced and capable government administrator in this role. Lisa is a GSD kind of person, a get shit done kind of person. So thank you, Lisa. My question is for Ms. Springer. And I just want to thank the tenant leaders and organizers. Randy's been doing this work for a long time. Is one of the great advocates and activists out there. So thank you for everything you do at CASA, and Ms. Lee from Flatbush Tenant Coalition. But Ms. Springer, I'm really interested if you could speak to the capacity side on legal services. I think we all at the council understand how important it is to guarantee right to counsel for every tenant. And that's the best way to keep tenants in their home and avoid evictions. But my understanding is that we're struggling to keep up with the legal capacity, with the legal services capacity, even within the very narrow income bands that the program serves currently. And I certainly would love us to to expand the income bands and make it a universal program where every tenant in New York City is guaranteed a free attorney. But I'm very concerned that our legal services organizations don't yet have the capacity to do it. Could you speak to the current capacity constraints and any strategies that we should be employing together to expand legal services capacities so that universal access to counsel is truly a right that we can guarantee for all New Yorkers?
If staff can please unmute Lauren Springer.
Okay, so basically, you're right. There are issues in terms of capacity currently, as we've testified. Attorneys are basically handling unprecedented caseloads, and so they're handling like maybe upwards of 60 to 80 cases. Also, what's happening, and then what we've heard is that there's a faster pace of the court caseload. So it's like, whereas like it used to be judges would hear one case for every 30 minutes in an RTC intake part. Now they're hearing like 2 cases every 15 minutes. With respect to managing the caseloads, it really is about like slowing down the court process. It's about allowing adjournments and giving adjournments that are actually meaningful, because a lot of times what's happening, even if there's an adjournment, they're short. So like maybe 1 to 2 weeks, which is not adequate time for an organization to get up to speed, basically to get to the capacity. They're already handling all of these cases. So I think in a sense, it's really about prioritizing what's important here. This isn't, tenants are entitled to due process. I mean, basically with the fact that this is full, that RTC is fully implemented across the city. So it's really about making sure that cases don't move forward when tenants are not represented. And it's allowing the time for these legal services providers to either cut down on caseloads or, come up to speed in terms of dealing with their staffing shortages. And I think that anything that the city council can do, in a sense, to urge the courts to just basically follow the law that was passed, I think would be helpful.
Thank you so much, Lauren, for your response, and thank you, Councilmember Ressler, for your question. Seeing no other councilmember hands raised for questions for this panel, Chair, are we ready to move on to?
We are.
Okay. So I am now going to call on members of the administration to testify. HRA Administrator Lisa Fitzpatrick, OCJ Coordinator Rainice Medley, and for questions and answers, Deputy Commissioner Aaron Drinkwater. I am first going to read the oath, and after I will call on each panelist here from the administration individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? HRA Administrator Lisa Fitzpatrick.
I do.
Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? OCJ Coordinator Rainice Medley.
I do.
And finally, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Deputy Commissioner Aaron Drinkwater.
I do.
Thank you all. HRA Administrator Fitzpatrick, you may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good morning. I want to thank the General Welfare Committee and Chair Ayala for holding today's hearing and for the opportunity to testify and offer my congratulations to the chair on her appointments. My name is Lisa Fitzpatrick, and I am the administrator of the New York City Human Resources Administration, HRA. Let me take a moment to say I would look forward to working with you in my new capacity as administrator. I've spent the last 30 years working for HRA, and I am honored to now serve as administrator. I am joined today by Rainice Medley, the Civil Justice Coordinator at the New York City Department of Social Services, Office of Civil Justice, as well as Aaron Drinkwater, Deputy Commissioner of Intergovernmental and Legislative Affairs at DSS. The New York City Department of Social Services Human Resources Administration is the nation's largest social services agency. Each year, we assist more than 3 million New Yorkers through the administration of 14 public assistance programs. Every day in all 5 boroughs, HRA provides essential programs and supports to low-income New Yorkers. In administering these programs, HRA is at the forefront of this administration's efforts to combat poverty and address homelessness. As part of DSS, the Office of Civil Justice launches, manages, and monitors the city's civil legal services programs for low-income and other vulnerable New Yorkers in need. OCJ is currently working with nearly 70 nonprofit legal service organizations to ensure thousands of New Yorkers in need across the 5 boroughs have access to legal services in legal matters involving housing, immigration, and the workplace. We appreciate the opportunity to speak today on the work that DSS HRA and our partners in and out of government are doing to help vulnerable New Yorkers stay in their homes. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought on an unprecedented environment for many New Yorkers, and this climate further increased housing instability, instability for many of our clients and tenants across the 5 boroughs. Today, we will be updating the committee on the work that DSS HRA along with our legal service and nonprofit partners, have done to prevent evictions throughout this pandemic. DSS HRA's eviction prevention work. The pandemic brought on many challenges for New Yorkers and government alike, and we were fortunate to have built a strong foundation via housing-focused services and supports over the years to help tenants during this time of crisis. DSS HRA has developed a multi-pronged approach to support at-risk tenants via programs providing legal services, rental support, homelessness prevention assistance, and other supports. These existing programs placed us in good stead as the pandemic hit, and we encourage you to help us connect New Yorkers in need to these critical programs as we all work to prevent evictions and keep individuals and families in their homes. Legal services and the right to counsel. DSS Office of Civil Justice has launched and operated a wide range of civil legal services for New Yorkers in need since the office's inception in 2015. At the center of this work is the implementation of New York City's groundbreaking right to counsel law. In partnership with the City Council, New York City made history by becoming the first city in the nation to enact a law ensuring that all tenants facing eviction in housing court or in administrative termination of tenancy proceedings in public housing have access to free legal services. Since the right to counsel law was enacted in 2017, the landscape for access to housing justice for tenants in New York City has been transformed. We are proud to report that we are making real and substantial progress in increasing access to justice, which is leading more and more to fair and just outcomes for tenants in need. Moreover, New York City's right to counsel law is now implemented citywide, with tenants, regardless of their zip code or immigration status, having access to legal services which are provided by our OCJ contracted legal services providers. These efforts have had dramatic and positive results for at-risk tenants. Residential evictions by city marshals fell by over 40% between 2013 and 2019, while nationwide evictions climbed and the percentage of tenants facing eviction in court with the help and protection of legal representation stood at 38% at the end of 2019, up from a mere 1% in 2013. Moreover, in the overwhelming majority of cases, when tenants have lawyers in eviction proceedings, they get positive results. For resolved cases in calendar year 2020, 86% of households represented by housing court and represented in housing court and public housing proceedings by OCJ-funded tenant lawyers were able to remain in their homes. At the end of 2021, over 574,000 New Yorkers had received free legal representation or assistance in eviction and other housing-related matters since 2014 through legal services programs administered by DSS HRA. These efforts have leveled the playing field for tenants, and we look forward to partnering with our nonprofit legal services providers, advocates, partners in government, and the City Council to further build on this progress. Rental assistance programs. Our legal assistance work is part of a broader array of eviction prevention tools at DSS HRA. Among these programs and tools are our rental assistance and arrears programs, which help stabilize the housing conditions of tenants at risk of eviction. We have increased access to rental assistance by taking various steps, such as, and most critically, reestablishing rental programs and then streamlining them into one program, City for HEPS. City for HEPS had replaced various rental assistance programs, making it easier for tenants to get the support they need and streamlining landlord payments and case administration. Moreover, in October, we raised the value of the City for HEPS rental assistance program to the federal Section 8 fair market rent FMR levels and change renewal eligibility from 250% of the federal poverty level to 80% of the area median income, AMI. Raising the value of City for HEP's rental assistance will increase housing options available as clients transition to permanent housing from shelter, as well as going further in helping New Yorkers who may be experiencing homelessness or facing eviction remain in their homes. Home base. Shifting to homeless prevention services, HRA oversees 26 home-based centers across the 5 boroughs. The home-based program provides various homeless prevention services and aftercare services to families and individuals exiting shelter and transferring to permanent housing. New Yorkers may be eligible for home-based if they are at imminent risk of entering the New York City shelter system or low income and want to remain stably housed in their community. Once in the program, dedicated home-based staff are available in each borough to evaluate a household's specific needs and offer support such as services to prevent eviction, assistance obtaining public benefits, emergency rental assistance, utilities and mortgage payment support to address arrears, short-term financial assistance, educational and job placement assistance, and help relocating. These programs, and more importantly, the outcomes, show the importance of investing in a prevention-first approach to address housing instability. The agency has connected more than 155,000 New Yorkers to rental assistance and rehousing programs and supported nearly 60,000 rent-burdened households annually pay back rent or utilities during the prior administration. And we expect to continue this trend under Mayor Adams' leadership. DSS HRA's eviction prevention work during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now we would like to shift to updating the committee on our work in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. While we continue to build on the progress of the housing support programs mentioned today, we understand that the pandemic has brought on a new and challenging environment, particularly as it impacts vulnerable tenants. Given the public health emergency and the importance of stable housing, the city strongly advocated for eviction moratoriums in both the legislature and the courts. Several housing eviction moratoriums and extensions were implemented at the federal and state level with the goal of giving tenants the reprieve they needed to remain in their homes and recover from the financial downturn. As you know, the New York State eviction moratorium came to a close on January 15th of this year. In response, the city launched a campaign to inform tenants about their rights and connect them to critical resources. Our campaign focuses on 3 key messages. 1, illegal lockouts. It is illegal for someone to pressure or force a tenant to leave their home. Tenants have the right to stay in their home unless they have received an eviction order signed by a judge and delivered by a marshal or sheriff. Moreover, a landlord cannot evict tenants verbally or through letters or notices, and tenants have the right to heat, hot water, and electricity. And it is illegal for someone to shut off utilities to try to remove tenants from their homes. 2, right to counsel. Under the New York City's right to counsel law, DSS's Office of Civil Justice provides tenants facing eviction in housing court or NYCHA administrative proceedings access to free legal representation and legal advice. Right to counsel legal services are free, available in every zip code, and available regardless of immigration status. Tenants can call 311 and ask for right to counsel to speak to a housing specialist who can connect them to free legal services. 3, ERAP. We are urging all New Yorkers in need of rent relief to apply for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP. through the New York State Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance, OTDA, as a pending application will provide temporary protection from eviction. Focusing on legal assistance, we transformed the way this critical support was provided to tenants to meet the new pandemic environment. We work with our legal services partners, Housing Court Answers, the Mayor's Public Engagement Unit, PEU, and the Mayor's Office to Protect Tenants, MOPT, to quickly stand up a housing legal hotline to provide access to live legal advice by telephone provided by our tenant legal service partners. Legal advice services are free and are available to all New York City residential renters with housing questions or issues, regardless of income, zip code, or immigration status. Tenants can access these services by calling 311 and asking for the city's tenant helpline hosted by PEU, or through Housing Court Answers, or through the Housing Court Answers hotline. Legal service providers continue to be available to connect with tenants at initial appearances across all boroughs. OCJ continues to work with the Housing Court, supporting a case referral protocol, ensuring that unrepresented tenants are connected with legal counsel. When Housing Court has fully reopened for all eviction proceedings, stays for pending ERAP applications and other procedural safeguards remain for certain eviction matters. At just 1 month past the end of the moratorium, it is still too soon to say how the housing legal system, case scheduling system, and court operations will be impacted. In the wake of the moratorium and the upheaval of the pandemic, as across all sectors, recruitment and hiring to continue to present challenges for legal services providers. While at this time, new eviction filings have not returned to pre-pandemic numbers, it is unlikely that OCJ providers can continue to provide full representation to tenants above 200% of the federal poverty level. Even if full representation is discontinued for over-income tenants, they will still continue to receive free legal advice and brief counsel to understand the legal process and be equipped to defend their cases. Working together, PEU, MOPT, and OCJ conducted proactive outreach to tenants at risk of eviction throughout the pandemic. This outreach included a mail campaign promoting the launch of the tenant helpline, as well as a targeted outreach mail and phone outreach directed at New York City tenants who faced pre-pandemic eviction warrants or who were at risk of eviction for failing to appear in court proceedings. Since its inception in April 2020, the city's tenant helpline, run by PEU, has received almost 90,000 calls from New Yorkers with housing-related issues. The helpline was designed to serve as a one-stop shop to inform New York City tenants about their rights and connect them to housing-related resources, including free legal services. Because tenants who call the helpline are frequently experiencing a range of connected hardships, the helpline expanded to serve callers more holistically by connecting them with additional city programs like SNAP, cash assistance, home base, one-shot deals, and helping them to apply for state programs like rent relief and unemployment insurance. Unlike 311, the helpline is staffed by housing experts who can triage a wide variety of calls and immediately determine whether a client would need comprehensive case management or a simple referral to another agency or a community-based organization. To accurately identify a client's needs and provide them with the personalized care necessary to address sensitive cases requires extensive training, and PEU staff are uniquely equipped with the skills required for these conversations. When case management is needed, helpline staff refer the tenant to in-house tenant support unit specialists who seamlessly open a case for the caller and assist them at every stage of the process, whether fighting an eviction or landlord harassment. When making a referral, PEU specialists consistently follow up with all parties to ensure the referral has been successful and support the caller if they encounter a roadblock in the process. This type of hands-on support is particularly critical when dealing with cases related to possible vacate orders, illegal lockouts, undocumented callers, and others with sensitive or otherwise urgent situations. In addition to receiving incoming calls, PEU is conducting aggressive, proactive outreach to tenants in housing court. PEU's campaign includes peer-to-peer texting, individualized telephone calls, and a citywide media campaign. The team has already conducted outreach to over 40,000 tenants with cases currently in housing court to connect them to resources and legal support. They are also reaching out to tenants who have not appeared for their court date based on weekly data from OCJ and emphasizing the importance of appearance and offering referrals to legal service providers. Since the beginning of the pandemic, MOPT has worked to make sure city agency efforts are coordinated, streamlining and enhancing our enforcement and strategic initiatives while conducting outreach to support tenants. We have created and helped to create an ecosystem of resources for tenants to access information about their rights and communicate with the city. As mentioned before, in 2020, and in close partnership with PEU and OCJ, we established the city's tenant helpline to make sure all New York City residential tenants, regardless of their income, immigration status, or where they live in the city, could connect with a PEU specialist, and if needed, a nonprofit legal services provider to get the help they need. Also in 2020, we launched the city's tenant resource portal, another one-stop shop for tenants to learn about eviction proceedings and what to do when facing an eviction, and if needed, connect with a PEU specialist from the tenant helpline. In 2021, we launched a pilot version of the Tenant Text in partnership with JustFix. Tenant Text, an SMS text messaging tool, connects renters in Inwood and Washington Heights with up-to-date information and organizational resources to address their housing questions. It is our intention to expand this resource citywide in late 2022. We continually update our MOPT COVID-19 fact sheet that includes federal, state, and local guidance regarding COVID-19 that covers many aspects of renting in New York City, including how to access rental assistance programs and how to get help when facing harassment and eviction. We have conducted and continue to conduct citywide and targeted outreach to tenants. This includes several mailing campaigns to tenants with active eviction cases in housing court since early 2020. These campaigns have included information about tenants' rights and how to submit a hardship declaration to trigger eviction protections, information about ERAP and eviction protections, and lastly, information about illegal lockouts and additional eviction protections after the expiration of the eviction moratorium. MOPT continues to send these mailers on a weekly basis to any tenant who has a new eviction case against them in housing court. In partnership with OCJ, DSS, and PEU, we launched the Right to Counsel public education campaign in late 2021. In early 2022, with the additional support of the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, HPD, we launched the Illegal Evictions and Evictions Moratorium campaign, which is still running and aims to inform tenants about their rights when facing an illegal eviction and how to access additional eviction protections. State and federal landscape on housing support. As mentioned earlier, and in accordance with state law, the New York State OTDA is administering ERAP. Through this program, federal funding is available for city households who are behind in their rent. Moreover, ERAP provides certain eviction protections to tenants who file for participation in the program. In New York City, DSS HRA launched an outreach and education program where the city contracted with local community-based organizations to provide New Yorkers with assistance in completing ERAP applications. We partnered with organizations in each of the 5 boroughs to provide ERAP support. Their outreach included application assistance, conducting trainings and presentations to community groups, tabling and canvassing, and other forms of direct contact with tenants in need. ERAP and other programs such as the federal emergency housing vouchers have provided critical support during these unprecedented times. These programs, along with the services provided each day by our partner providers and staff, are more tools in the toolbox that we can deploy to help tenants in need and stabilize their housing conditions. In closing, we appreciate the opportunity to testify today and update you on the work that DSS HRA and our partners have done and continue to do to support tenants in need. We stand ready to help vulnerable tenants through their housing and uncertainty, and we look forward to partnering with the council on these efforts. Thank you, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Administrator Fitzpatrick, for your testimony, and to the administration for your testimony at large. I am now going to turn it over to Chair Ayala for questions for the administration.
Thank you, Administrator Fitzpatrick. That was actually a really great testimony, and I want to just give credit where credit is due. I have been paying attention to the public awareness campaigns that DSS has launched in the last year, and I actually find them very informative. My only critique would be, it's not even a critique, but I actually I would welcome a partnership with DSS, and I think that many of my colleagues would agree. If it will be possible to get that information into our local offices, where we have constituents coming in and out, where we can share, that would be really helpful. I think it would help, amplify that these resources exist out there, because I think, that's usually challenging, especially when we rely so heavily nowadays on, YouTube and, the internet, and assume that, most people use the trains. And so I get that we're trying to be in all places at all times. But there are, places where we know for sure that people will come, and that is to our councilmatic offices. And so we are happy to help spread the word. With that, and having said that, I wanted to ask, what is DSS doing to coordinate with the state partners? Have there been any meetings or ongoing conversations since the end of the eviction moratoria?
Thank you, Chair Ayala. We definitely appreciate the council's support in getting the message out, getting the word out. As the testimony disclosed, there's a lot of great work that's happening. And although we do as much as possible to get it out, we need partnership with the council to make sure the message gets out even further. I want to defer to my colleague, Erin Drinkwater, about the partnership.
Could someone unmute her? Oh, thank you. Oh, you are muted again, Erin. There you go. Oh.
There we go. Thank you, Chair. In terms of partnership, what I will say about getting materials to the council, we will follow up afterwards. We have a direct line that council members can order materials from the agency that then will be mailed directly to district offices. So we'll certainly follow up to make sure members of this committee have that information and we can share it with staff so they can circulate that to all members as well. In terms of the discussions with other groups, I'm going to pass it over to Renee Smedley to talk about those discussions.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman and colleague, all of the council members that are here. Thank you. Regarding a partnership with state, that in our wheelhouse at OCJ, that primarily means the Office of Court Administration and Housing Courts. It's the biggest state partner that we work with directly. And we are in constant communication with them as well as our legal service partners to understand how the cases are flowing, what the workflow looks like, and how the program is supported in the courthouses so that we can best connect with tenants that are coming into the courts. So for instance, one of the things that we're very much wanting to support in our partnership with the courts is making sure that there are touch points and opportunities in the court system, no matter where individuals may present in court, to be connected with counsel. And through our partnership with Housing Courts, we've been able to ensure that when people present to court, even if it's not in that part that's designated for individuals to show, that they're able to be connected with counsel when they come through those doors. Thank you.
Has there been any conversation with the state and the federal government about additional resources to help fund programs such as ERAP? Because I'm concerned that we're encouraging more and more New Yorkers to apply for ERAP when we know that we don't have the resources necessarily to pay that out just yet. But using it as a tool to kind of deter evictions, which is great. But what happens is that if you're applying for ERAP, and you could have easily applied for a one-shot deal because maybe you don't owe that much. Now you don't qualify for a one-shot deal because you have an application pending for ERAP. So is there conversations with, has DSS or the city, the admin been having conversations with the state and federal government that has made, you all comfortable knowing that we're sending all of these people to apply for ERAP because at some point these programs will, receive the additional dollars that they need to pay out?
Thank you. I'll defer to my colleagues. I will say that with regard to the ERAP, I noticed that you mentioned, Councilmember Ayala, that individuals are not able to apply to one-shot deals because of the ERAP application pending. And I know my colleagues here can speak more to that. That has changed, I know, with the second round of the ERAP portal opening, but I'll defer to Administrator Fitzpatrick or Aaron to be able to expound further.
Thank you, Renee. That's actually accurate. Once the portal reopened for applications, ERAP no longer became an available resource. So yes, we strongly encourage every household to apply for it in order to get the eviction prevention that it offers, but we don't hold the one-shot deal decision waiting for ERAP determination. There have been conversations with the state to try to get additional funding for the program, but as we all know, the state is working through the federal government to try to get additional funding. So in the interim, we continue to encourage people to apply for it, if for no other reason but to get the eviction protections. Prior to the portal closing, if someone applied for a one-shot deal, they were sent to ERAP to apply for ERAP as an available resource. So for those initial applications, which have since passed, but for those initial applications, we encourage ERAP because, as you know, ERAP funding is free. There's no repayment agreement. It's available to non-citizens as well. So it was more of a resource to individuals than the cash assistance one-shot deal. But since the portal has reopened, that's no longer the case. The state put out guidance saying that it's not considered an available resource. So we don't defer applications anymore in order for clients to apply. We want to encourage them to, because that provides the eviction protections, but we don't require it as a condition of eligibility for one-shot deals.
Yeah. No, I get that. When did that change occur? Was that recent?
It was when the portal reopened, yes.
Can you remind me how long ago that was?
I think it was in January. I don't have the exact date that the portal reopened. I can get that for you.
Yeah, because we have we have had cases, I know in my office, and I'm sure I'm not, it's not exclusive to us, where, constituents have been denied the one-shot deal because they have a pending ERAP application. And so that, that really just, it concerns me. And I wonder, if we're not able to secure those dollars, then, we're going to have a backlog of, of people that could have maybe, just easily applied for the one-shot. And I get it. I mean, listen, if I was applying for one or the other, I'd rather apply for the ERAP that I don't have to pay back, because it creates a, financial burden. But I just want to, just to make sure that people understood that they had options, and what those options were. Okay, hold on a second. I kind of lost my track of thought here. So question number 3. Do we know what the number of applications has been for one-shot deals today versus what they were in, let's say, March of 2020?
We don't have that data available today, but we'd be happy to get that to you.
Can you please? I would appreciate that. Do we know what the number of families in shelter is today versus what they were in March of 2020?
That's a very good question, but again, we don't have the data available. I do have the date of the reopening of the portal. It reopened on the evening of January 11th, 2022.
Thank you. Okay. And regarding the FEPS application, the FEPS vouchers, so the value increased. However, do we know, does DSS capture data that tells us that we gave out 10,000 vouchers and 5,000 families were housed?
I'm sorry, council member.
I'm referring to the FEPS vouchers.
The FEPS or the city FEPS?
City FEPS.
Yeah, we don't have that data available as well.
Okay.
But I think it's something we might be able to.
I want my colleagues to understand that, obviously it's a new administration, and so they may not have all of the information for us at today's hearing, but they will, it's important to, to be on record, and they will forward the information to us. So if, I just want to clarify, because I know people get angsty when we're not getting the information that we're requesting, but these are important questions either way. I'm going to, let me see, I had another question on can you tell us how DSS is working with those who are undocumented and at risk of eviction?
Sorry, Chair Ayala, are you referring to people coming in to apply for one-shots or as an outreach effort?
No, as an outreach effort. How are we connecting with undocumented families?
Okay.
Sure. Thank you, Chairwoman. For our public education campaigns, which include the Right to Counsel campaign and the evictions moratorium and illegal lockouts campaign that we heard about that have been administered or largely pushed out through the Mayor's Office to Protect Tenants and the Mayor's Public Engagement Unit. The Mayor's Office to Protect Tenants work with the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, or MOIA, to ensure that the full campaign was translated into 11 languages that are mandated under local law, and that the community-based organizations, particularly those serving immigrant communities, had access to these resources. The translations were distributed to citywide, targeted neighborhoods, and that, as you had mentioned, Chairwoman, went out through paid social, digital ads, and print media. For the mailer campaigns, where language targeting can be difficult, Mayor's Office to Protect Tenants provided additional information included in the mailers to make sure tenants can still access their information in their preferred languages. So that's one of the ways to be sure through connecting with MOIA that we're able to reach out to those neighborhood organizations that connect with those community-based organizations to better meet that population where they are.
Absolutely, well, great, thank you. Now, we've received reports that HRA job centers have become understaffed. How many HRA job centers are currently open per borough? And of those that are currently open, how many are fully staffed?
Thank you for that question, Chair Ayala. All of the job centers, all of our borough-based job centers are now open with the exception of one location. And that one location was undergoing renovation, construction during the pandemic. and it hasn't been safe to reopen it to clients. We have workers there, but because of social distancing, we're not able to have clients enter in that building, and that's the St. Nicholas Center. So all of the centers that were open prior to the pandemic are now officially reopened and to the public.
And are they fully staffed?
The staffing, the centers are staffed. One of the things that I'd like to highlight and actually thank the staff, during the pandemic, we had a lot of staff who worked with us from other areas to help us to meet the surge of applications. And so we had the normal job center staff as well as volunteers from other part of the organization that helped us to interview clients and do whatever was necessary in order to process applications. So the staffing of the centers is not as much a concern, making sure that we have all the resources that we need and able to be able to process applications. That's more important, because today we still do not see the same volume of traffic in our job centers as we saw prior to the pandemic. Clients have adapted to using Access HRA as a means of submitting applications, and they're having telephone interviews. So there's really no reason for them to go into a center unless they need that special touch, additional support in order to process the application. So we have workers who are available to help with the interviews, and they've been doing it throughout the pandemic. They still continue to do it today. So there isn't really a concern at this point about whether or not centers are fully staffed up. We just want to make sure that we have all the available support that we need in order to process applications as they come in.
So I'm a little bit confused. If we don't have this, if we don't have the number of workers that are needed to do to complete applications to help with the processes, then how are we?
We do.
Okay.
We do have, and so that's what I'm saying. With the redeployed staff, with the people volunteering to assist the regular job center staff, we have enough staff available to help us with the interviewing and the processing needed in order to stay ahead of our application activity. So at this point, it's not a matter of whether or not the centers themselves are staffed up, it's whether or not there's sufficient staffing to be able to handle both the application and the recertification volume. And with the assistance of all of the redeployed workers who've been out there since March of 2020, helping us to get this work done, then we've been able to do that.
Are you comfortable that you have enough staff to meet the needs of an increase of applications should ERAP not be funded?
Well, throughout my career at the agency, we've had various emergencies that came up from September 11th to various hurricanes and tropical storms. And wherever there was a need, HRA staff came together and they helped to meet that need. So I am not concerned about not having sufficient staff. We've shown throughout the pandemic that we can pull together our resources to make sure that we can get this work done despite having people on the ground in the job centers. We were able to get this work done through telephone interviews and having volunteers throughout the agency help us. So the workers did not necessarily have to work in a job center in order to be able to provide that additional level of support.
Understood. Now, you mentioned that the number of the foot traffic has decreased at the different sites. Do you know what percentage that decreased? You know, I mean, is it like below 50%?
I don't have that data here today, and I don't want to speculate, but we have definitely seen a decrease in traffic. As more applications moved online, there was less need for clients to actually come into a job center to submit an application. Prior to us receiving the state waivers, in order to apply for cash assistance, individuals had to physically come into a job center. At some locations, they were able to submit the application through Access HRA online at the center. And other times they just submitted a paper application or a worker helped them to complete that application. Since we got approval from the state to be able to submit applications remotely, the traffic has shifted from that in-person focus to now people submitting applications online and having telephone interviews. This is a sea change for the cash assistance program. It was something that we were already doing for SNAP. And we saw with the SNAP program how with the online submissions and the telephone interviews that the traffic decreased dramatically. We are seeing the same thing with cash assistance. This is a much easier way for the public to access services. They don't have to take off from work or worry about childcare or getting back to school to pick up their children while they're waiting in the HRA facility. They go ahead, they use the technology, and then they wait for the HRA worker to call them for an interview. So this has helped to make the program much easier to access throughout the pandemic. And so even if there is another surge of applications as a result of the end of the eviction moratorium, we are pretty certain that we will be able to handle that surge.
Yeah. My concern is, and I appreciate that, we're in 2021 and that, we're relying more and more on using, online resources. However, while DSS has maybe seen a reduction, offices like mine, we're here to do that work, have seen an increase in the number of people that are coming into the office to have the applications completed through one of the workers here, because they don't have access to the computer, they don't feel secure enough, right? They're a little bit nervous about maybe not completing it correctly, not having emails, oftentimes, and I don't know if this is the case for DSS, but it's been my experience that in accessing resources via online services, that a individual oftentimes needs to have an email address. A lot of my older adults don't have email addresses, so it becomes a little bit difficult. So I just want to make sure that we're all kind of aware, paying attention to the unintended consequences, right? That while we are seeing a reduction of foot people coming into the sites physically, that it may I don't know what that means, right? I don't know universally. I don't know what it means. It could be right that more and more people are more comfortable with this form of communicating with the agency, but it also very well could mean that there are people that are now struggling within their own community to try to find somewhere where they can get the assistance that they need to fill out the applications. And that concerns me because during the height of the pandemic, specifically with the older adult population, a lot of the senior centers were closed. And I know that when I was, door knocking, handing out PPE, oftentimes I was doing constituent services, in the front of someone's door because they didn't have anywhere else to go. A lot of, most offices were shut down. We have a storefront. We were fortunate enough, and we represent a constituency that's, in high need. And so we wanted to make sure that we were here, but I was still doing constituent services, in the front of people's homes because they didn't have access to that. So I appreciate, this form of communication and our ability to use technology in this way, because I think that, it's also how it can be very helpful, right? If I don't have to leave my home and stand online and, that there are so many benefits to it, but I also want us to be aware and realistic about the fact that there are still a lot of New Yorkers that don't have access to technology, that are not tech savvy enough to really access it in the way that we think that they are. And so what they're doing is then struggling within their own communities to find someone that will do that for them.
I definitely appreciate your concerns. And one thing that we want to constantly reinforce is that, the way we're trying to convert our centers to do business is a more humane approach, and is actually in line with the banking industry, right? Like there aren't very many of us that will go to a bank to handle our financial transactions. The banks are still available. There are still tellers that are available to provide that additional level of support. So it's the same with our job centers. If we can shift the vast majority of people who don't necessarily need that extra hand-holding, if we can shift those people to the Access HRA technology, then that frees up staff at those locations to pay more attention to the people who need that extra hand-holding. So the sites are open, and they're primarily open for those people who need that additional support. Time and time again, throughout my career, I would go into a job center and I'd have somebody who was more savvy say, I don't need to stand in this line to return a document to a worker. I don't want to wait to speak to a worker to be able to submit an application. So the technology really addresses that vast majority of the people that are savvy enough to use the technology to return documents, to get access to applications, while freeing up the services, freeing up our banks, freeing up our job centers for people who need that extra level of support. And so we absolutely agree with you, and we want to make sure that the services are available for those individuals who need that extra touch, who need to have somebody explain information to them. And we've had a number of community-based organizations as well in partnership will, help clients be able to submit applications. Even at our home-based sites, we had HRA workers outstationed at home-based sites to be able to help people when they come in for those services to also initiate the cash assistance application as needed. We saw it happen for SNAP, and we know it can happen with cash assistance as well. If we shift as much as possible to an online environment, then that frees us up to be able to spend more time with the people who need extra support.
Absolutely, but the danger in that, and I'm just posting it, putting it out there, is that, as we start to see less and less people come into the physical job centers, that I'm concerned that this will lead to a consolidation of programs and the closure of some of these buildings, right? And that it would then, result in individuals in need having to travel a lot further to get access to those services that they need. And I'll tell you that there's a food, I think it's food stamp program on 16th Street, and Union Square. And I have been working in this office roughly 15 years. And I cannot tell you the number of people that come here accidentally looking for that space. And then when I tell them that it wasn't 116th, that it was 16th Street, they're like, oh my God, I only had enough money to get there and back. Right. So I want to just be mindful of that as well. And, and I'm sure that at some point these conversations will be had, that if there is ever a conversation of consolidation, this body would love to. I know that our members would love to be a part of that conversation, and we would love, to see that priority for sites that remain open are specific to neighborhoods and in the highest need. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues because I want to give them all. I know we have quite a few here, and I want to give them an opportunity to ask questions as well.
Thank you.
So at this point, if council members do have questions, you can please use the Zoom raise hand function. And then just a note that we're going to be limiting council member questions and answers to 5 minutes. And the Sergeant at Arms is going to keep the timer and let you know when your time is up. Council member Hudson, over to you.
Time begins.
Okay, round two. Apologies again for my earlier error. So I want to just note again that, and just for the record, that residents of zip codes included in part or in full of my district, District 35, have filed more than 21,000 ERAP applications, including over 10,500 for rental arrears, 8,400 for prospective rental arrears, and over 2,500 for utility arrears. And our district lost 20% of its Black population over the last decade. And so I'm very concerned about further displacement of Black residents during what might be another eviction crisis. And so as part of those folks, as part of the population I mentioned, it includes older adults. And so I have a few questions specifically pertaining to older adults. The first one is, how many older adults have applied for one-shot deals, and how many times have they needed to apply before they've been approved? How does HRA conduct outreach about one-shot deals to older adult facilities? Are there relationships established with NORCs older adult centers, home care providers, or any other organizations directly serving older adults? And are there programs or grants for older adults, many of whom are on severely restricted incomes, where they can apply to have the repayment requirement waived, specifically for the one-shot deal? Thank you.
So I'll start with some of the responses on outreach. So we have an Office of Advocacy and Outreach that does outreach across the city, which includes partnerships with DFTA, making sure that information about HRA programs and services is shared in both directions. So if DFTA is working with clients and they learn that a client needs some of the resources provided by HRA, they will refer those individuals to us. And we work also to provide information to DFTA about our programs. We also have with DFTA, the MAP outreach teams. HRA also has outreach teams. So again, making sure that we're communicating to those programs through DFTA. I would have to get back to you on the exact partnerships with any NORCs. If we are not partnering with them, it's a great suggestion to make sure that our flyers and materials are provided in different centers for older adults. In regards to the data questions and the breakdown, we can get back to you on overall cash assistance applications, but the subset of one-shot data is difficult, both in part because of the way that the state stores the data and New York City stores the data. So it's a subset of the cash assistance caseload. I will make a mention of a local law that was passed at the end of last session that will require HRA to submit a report beginning on January 30th that does include information about utilization of emergency assistance grants for the previous quarter. So I would just say to look out for that report. It will provide some additional information to members of the committee.
Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner, and thank you, Councilmember Hudson, for your questions. Now going to turn to Councilmember Williams for questions, followed by Councilmember Ose. Over to Councilmember Williams.
Clock is ready.
Hello, thank you so much, Chair Ayala, and to the administration for being here today, and of course, our wonderful advocates. I know Chair Ayala asked a lot of questions about the outreach, and so definitely wanted to second and triple that effort and wanting to be supportive. And the question that I have is a little bit nuanced. So I have a district with a lot of small landlord homeowners, and just wanted to know what the city is doing to help them, because there's a lot of neglected needs, and sometimes they have folks who have been renting and have not been paying, and there's a lot of compounding issues for small homeowners, so small landlords. So I just wanted to know if there's any resources or if the city has made any plans to help small landlords.
Thank you for that question, Council Member. Of course, at the Office of Civil Justice, we focus on the tenants, but you're absolutely right in terms of thinking about the small landlords as well. Our city partners, particularly I think to the HPD that focuses and connects with landlords. But I will say that there are also resources that we discuss, such as the Housing Court Answers Helpline, which is a hotline that is run by a nonprofit in partnership with the Office of Court Administration. They provide information and support about the housing court process and systems, as you've discussed. And that hotline is available to landlords so that they can call and get information just as it's available to tenants. The number is 212-962-4795. And of course, we'll follow with you and any other members that would like to get this information so that it can be available to your constituents.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams, for your question, and to OCJ Coordinator for your response. Going to turn now to Councilmember Osei, followed by Councilmember Lee, followed by Councilmember Stevens. Over to Councilmember Osei.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and good morning, Chair. Thank you so much to the administration for answering many of our questions and for that wonderful testimony. A question that I do have, and it's a quick one, but it's something that I've heard from multiple constituents here in the 36th district. What are some of the reasons that ERAPs are denied? I know that there have been a couple instances where that has happened from some of the tenants within the district. And I just wanted to hear from you about some of the reasons that that may happen, and then how those could be appealed in the best way possible.
That's actually a really good question, council member. We don't have that information at this time, like the reasons for the ERAP denials. I can tell you that I've heard that sometimes people don't complete the paperwork properly. And as a result, if they're not submitting the information through the portal appropriately, then the application gets denied. But as far as the details regarding those denials, it's a state-run program. And because it's a state-run program, New York State OTDA has more information about why applications are denied. And I just want to say welcome. You're actually the council person for my district.
Oh, wow.
So
I love that.
It's a pleasure meeting you, and it's a pleasure meeting all of the new council members as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Now going to turn it over to Councilmember Lee for questions, followed by Councilmember Stevens. Over to Councilmember Lee.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Chair Ayala, for putting this hearing together. And thank you so much to the folks on the administration as well as the city council staff, because I know it takes a lot of effort to put your testimonies and everything in order. So thank you so much. And I apologize ahead of time if this was already addressed, because I had to take a couple calls and I've been running in and out. So, but I guess just so you know, Ms. Fitzpatrick, my former hat was in the nonprofit sector, working at KCS as the president CEO, which we were one of the recipients of the ERAP program through HRA. And so we saw firsthand how important this program was. And we had so many different folks from all different walks of life that were coming in and applying for these assistance programs. And I guess I just wanted to talk more from the back end of things on the data collection and also database in general, because I know that for us previously as providers, like one of the things that was frustrating is that we have contracts with DIFTA, DYCD, HRA, DOHMH. And you know, you have someone coming in at the entry point with ERAP, but then we find out in assisting them that they need all these other supportive services, right? And so we have to input all their information and assist them through all these different portals. But is there a way that HRA is tracking the clients and other supportive services that are needed throughout the different city agencies? And how is that, how's the data being collected for that? Is it just relying on us as providers and what we say? Because I think that's limited in what we can input. Or is there other ways that we can sort of coordinate supportive services? Because oftentimes they may need SNAP benefits, or they may, I mean, not SNAP, sorry, because you guys do that too. But they may need, for example, to be connected through a DIFTA senior center or mental health services or something else. And so I know we use Passport, but it doesn't necessarily communicate or connect all the city agencies together. So is that something that you guys use on your back end, or what's the database that you all use?
From the outreach effort, and I'm not sure if Bernice can speak to this a bit more, but we know that that in the outreach effort, as I testified in today in the testimony, that we have the PEU and the tenant helpline that are looking at these cases holistically, and they're trying to figure out if clients need additional support. I'm not sure if they are keeping track of that data to show that there's been a handoff to another city agency or, you know, other benefits, but that's not something within the agency. If someone is applying for SNAP and then they need cash assistance, we can see that data because the opening of the cash assistance case forces the food stamp only case to close.
Right.
But we don't look and coordinate and see what other benefits other than the HRA administered benefits through WMS, the state's welfare management system. There's no way for us to look across to see what other programs the client is receiving. So we only look at the New York State welfare management system benefits of cash assistance, food stamps, and medical assistance. We know if people are applying for those programs, but it's very difficult for me to know if they're applying for other assistance. Renee, is there any information you could perhaps provide about the outreach effort?
Thank you, Administrator Fitzpatrick. One of the things about the Mayor's Office of Public Engagement and the way that they manage it is just that. It is meant to be a holistic approach so that it's a one door to be able to move and be routed to the services that are needed. So there are a number of things that a person might say or think about that would cause them to be routed there if a person were to call 311. And once they interact with someone at that helpline, that individual is able to triage and understand the needs of that individual to route them to HRA, for instance, for emergency cash assistance, to connect them with tenant legal services, if that's what's best. And the thing that is special about what the public engagement unit does is just that. They do track and stick and follow what happens with that particular individual to ensure that the connections that they have put in place are actually happening. So they make sure that that individual has successfully connected and that individual has a touch point in the PEU so that they can follow and let them know what the status of the matters are. And they have an advocate at PEU that can help them if they find that they're not able to successfully connect.
Okay, and I'm so sorry, I know that my time is up, but I just wanted to ask a really quick follow-up question, if that's okay, about the language access outreach that's being done as well, because I think given the language access diversity in our, Queens alone is a bit crazy in terms of how many languages are spoken across the city as well. So if you could speak a little bit to the language piece and which languages or how many of the 11 languages, if all of them, great. If not, how many? And yeah, if you could speak to that a little.
Thank you. Any communications that are tenant and public facing are going out in all 11 of the local languages that are mandated under local law. And I'm sorry, they're translated either in the actual posting that's available, or there are links that are made available so that individuals can see how to follow in a different space, such as they may be able to go online and see more fully what that document looks like. One thing that I would also note in terms of how we make language access available, the Mayor's Office to Protect Tenants, for instance, has translated some of the court documents. For instance, the notice of petition that begins an eviction case. The Mayor's Office to Protect Tenants has translated those documents into the 11 local law languages, and they make it available so that an individual can even call in and hear that notice read to them in their language of choice. So there are all sorts of things that are happening so that anything that's in front of a person is available directly in that space in those languages, or there are very clear links to where additional languages can be accessed for and even different types of modes of access. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Lee, for your questions. We are now going to turn over to Councilmember Stevens for questions.
Clock is ready.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to Chair Ayala, the administration, and all the advocates who do this work on a regular basis. So we thank you for all your efforts. I just have one quick question. Given the increase in the legal services, do the legal service providers currently have capacity to provide full quality representation? And if not, what can the city do about it?
Thank you for your question, Council Member. Our legal service providers, as you well know, very committed to the work that we've done. We partner with established organizations that have made this their life's work, and these organizations are stood up in this space to do just that. They champion this law and bringing it to the fore, and they are very much committed to delivering on the promise and what Right to Counsel requires. Since 2014, since the law went into effect, we know that we have served over 574,000 individuals with free legal services, and that's in housing court eviction matters, as well as in NYCHA administrative proceedings to terminate tenancy. Just during the pandemic, and I would be referencing here March of 2020 to October of 2021, our legal services providers have been able to provide representation to over 131,000 New Yorkers. And that's comprises about 61,000 households of individuals who just in that space of the peak of the pandemic were able to get those services. With that, over 1/3 of those individuals were able to receive full legal representation. It's about 41.2% of those individuals who receive full legal representation. And I want to speak to that. When we look at the right to counsel law, the law provides that individuals below 200% of the federal poverty level are going to be assigned to counsel for full representation, meaning they will have a counsel assigned to their matter who will work with them on that case throughout that matter until the matter is concluded. For individuals who earn more, they are entitled to brief counsel or legal assistance. And so the providers are there to be able to give case-specific information to the individual so that they can understand what's happening and that they can move forward defending it on their own, even if they're not able to have full legal representation. What happened during the pandemic, because the courts noticed the court system had very much slowed down and the number of matters were very limited, our legal services actually really stepped up and were able to provide full representation even to some individuals above 200% of the federal poverty level when they faced emergency proceedings and limited proceedings that the court was actually able to allow. So that was something that was able to happen again because of the nature of the small number of cases. Where we stand now, we have not seen that the number of new eviction filings have reached the same volume that they were at this same time in pre-pandemic era. So we haven't yet returned to that volume of new cases being filed, but we also are facing a number of unknowns. We don't know what the rate will look like. We don't know how much it will uptick. And so we are very close in contact with our legal service providers and with the housing court to be sure that we're paying attention to the ebb and flow of cases so that we can be thoughtful and creative about managing it. Because again, we want to make sure that our providers feel supported and that they're able to meet this need.
And I'm sorry, you were going to say something. I'm sorry. Because so like, what does the planning look like? Because like, I know you said that you guys are looking at it and with the uptick, but I don't feel like I fully understand what the actual plan is other than monitoring it. Because we know that it is going to be an uptick in the evictions and these things. And so how are we preparing to get the numbers correct so that there is proper representation for all people who are afforded it?
Thank you. So we have to be responsive. And one thing I will say is, as I've learned in my space of time in this role, is that each of the boroughs is different. The way that the supervising judges of the housing courts decide how they will manage the calendaring, how they will manage the volume and flow of cases differs borough by borough. And we have a different set of providers in each of the boroughs that we must work with who have different needs so that we can balance it. So in terms of thinking through and solutioning, it's something that we're in conversation about to understand at a particular point in time how to best meet that need. And as Administrator Fitzpatrick mentioned in testimony, we know that providers, as across all sectors, they're challenged with staffing and staffing up and being able to onboard. So as much as they possess the resources to be able to bring people on to rise up to meet the need, there's the time that's necessary to bring those people on board and to train them and bring them up to this, to be able to manage those cases. So we're looking to them to understand their needs. We're being responsive and wanting to be as nimble as possible as being able to respond to the needs of the providers. And we're also in conversations with the courts so that they have visibility into what's happening with the program and what the providers' needs are, so that we can think about how the court might also be able to support the program and some of those concerns from providers as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, but I'm still just very concerned that if we don't have the proper representation, that evictions will move forward. But I know I'm out of time, but that's a major concern for me because we all know that that's a violation of the right to counsel. So we should definitely be planning and making sure that we are able to expand where we need to expand and pull back where we need to pull back. But thank you.
you so much, Councilmember Stevens. I'm now going to, seeing no council members with hands raised for additional questions, I will now turn it back over to Chair Ayala.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question because it came through us via email regarding going back to the job center staffing. So the question is, if staffing is okay, why have rejections for failure to complete interviews spiked to over 9,000 cases in the quarter from July to September 2021, compared to 1,397 such rejections in March 2020?
Chair Ayala, the data regarding the failure to complete interviews is really based on the process that we have in place. Prior to the pandemic, as I said before, clients had to actually physically come into a job center in order to apply for cash assistance and have an interview. With the waivers that we have in place at this point, workers are able to call them to make to have the interview held by telephone, and that means the household has to be available for that telephone call. If they're not available for the telephone call, we do send them a message telling them that they missed the call and they should call HRA info line in order for the agency to get back in touch with them. But it's because of the telephone system that we have in place at this point. If people go into the centers to have that application interview, then they put the client on the phone with an HRA worker while they're at the location to be able to complete the interview. It's only those who are submitting the applications remotely, who, there are many reasons why people miss telephone interviews. Sometimes they're busy at the time that we call. Sometimes their phones don't have minutes. So there's a lot of reasons why they might miss that call. But in order for the case to be logged as failing to have an interview, we must first make an attempt to call that household. If HRA is not calling that household, we cannot log that case as failing to interview. So just want to be clear about the process. It is HRA physically calling the individual at the numbers that they leave for us. We make 2 attempts. We leave the HRA info line number on the application interview notification. It tells them that if they missed a call, then they can call HRA info line and we can make arrangements for that call back. So that's currently the process.
So a question about the call. So if the client is, has an appointment for a phone call and they're using their cell phone and they've opted to block calls that have no number, has that been, something that has been raised as a reason for why maybe people are missing those calls? Maybe people are not. I don't answer my phone on, if I don't know who's calling, right? And oftentimes, I won't have a number, and these days we're all getting spammed, left and right. So most people don't pick up the phone. I mean, I'm assuming if I have an appointment at 1 o'clock and I get a call at 1 o'clock, obviously, but if the number is not coming through, has that been an issue?
I mean, there could be many different reasons why we can't get through to the household. It's difficult for us to say exactly. I know a lot of the calls are missed because people just don't answer or the phone's not taking messages. So there are a variety of reasons why those calls are why we can't connect with the clients. But as I said earlier, the telephone interview process, it has been able to help us to get more clients to access benefits without having to come in. They can still come in.
I get that. My concern is just like, how does it spike? How do we go from 1,300 to 9,000, right? Like something happened in between, right? I'm trying to get to the bottom of like what happened. Is it because maybe more people are applying that this is happening, right? So we're seeing a lot more, the number of people whose cases that have been denied or closed increase as well. I don't know. I'm trying to gain clarity in that.
Chair Ayala, can you please give me the dates of that for that data again that you were referencing?
from July to September of 2021, cases were 9,000 compared to 1,397 rejections in March 2020.
Yeah, it was the application volume. It was the application volume. We had a spike of applications at the height of the pandemic. And as a result, and one of the things that we heard over and over again from staff is that there was a time where the state's unemployment system was not working and people were first applying for assistance through HRA. What if they couldn't get through to the state for unemployment insurance benefits? Once they got access to unemployment insurance benefits, they didn't necessarily need the HRA services because the unemployment was paying more than the HRA cash assistance grant. So a lot of people made that first attempt to apply, but then they didn't follow through because the other money became available to them. So the change for that particular period, the change in the data was related to the surge of applications that we were getting at that time.
All right, I wanna just switch a minute to tenant protection. So I know that we here in East Harlem have, I don't have it in the Bronx yet, but I do have it in the East Harlem part of my district, the tenant support unit services, because of the, that came from the rezoning of the community. It was part of the benefits agreement. I find that, it's a really valuable resource. We've greatly benefited from it. And I think that we have seen a reduction in the number of evictions because we were able to put in a lot of resources in the community to help educate tenants on their rights. However, during the height of the pandemic, the tenant support unit went virtual completely. And I'm wondering how, was there an impact because of that? And also I'm curious to know, has there been an expansion of the program? Like, have other neighborhoods been selected to receive this resource as well?
I'm sorry, the tenant support unit?
Yeah.
Renese?
There you go.
Yeah, I couldn't unmute. Thank you. The tenant support unit is part of the mayor's public engagement unit. So I would have to follow and defer to our colleagues there on the specifics of their staffing numbers and plan and how they, how they're planning to phase their rollout. But I do know that, as you mentioned, Chair Ayala, that they are very much, at the pulse of that high touch connection with tenants, and that they have any number of means by which they connect with tenants, peer-to-peer texting, the phone calls, the letters, and even door knocking in certain instances are things that they're able to result on. And I know that they're very nimble in being able to adjust as they see the need move from different neighborhoods or a particular strategy that may be needed for a particular, need at a time. But I don't have the specifics at this time of their staffing, but we're happy to follow and get that for you from our colleagues.
I appreciate it. Regarding the one-shot deals, do we know how many people apply for one-shot deals that have had to apply more than once before they were approved? And what was the amount of time between, how many one-shot deal applicants who successfully applied had, what was the wait time? Was it, 3 months, 4 months?
Well, we typically have to make a decision on the one-shot deal application between 30 and 45 days, depending on the case type. We don't keep the data by how many times people apply for assistance. The reason for a reapplication can be, based on a variety of factors. There are times when clients are still gathering documentation for the one-shots. And because of administrative reasons, if we've gotten to the end of that application period where we have to make a decision between 30 and 45 days, we might do what's called an administrative denial. When the client has the documentations, we just start that application again. So we have to reject it for the state system because it can't hang out too long without a determination. But when they're still working with us, they're still submitting documents. As soon as we get the documentation, we go ahead and make a decision on that one-shot deal application. It's currently tax season. And sometimes people come in and they apply for assistance. They have to use all available resources. And if you're entitled to a tax refund, then that's an available resource that you would have to apply for before HRA would make a determination on the one-shot deal. So your case could be deferred until you can submit verification that you've actually tapped into a pension or applied for, apply for your taxes, some other documentation. Usually when cases, when clients have to come back multiple times, it's because of documentation, or sometimes we just don't hear from them. And then the case gets rejected because they don't pursue the application. But it's not information that we keep in our database to see how many times individuals have to reapply before they can get assistance. It's really on a case-by-case basis. Some people might be more proactive, have all their documentation. They might have gone through the process before in the past, so they're more familiar versus the person who's not really sure, who might have resources but hasn't tapped into them, so they might have a reason for a deferral. But the application generally have to make a decision between 30 and 45 days.
Is there a cap on the amount of money that a person can get through a one-shot deal?
There's no cap per se. What we like to say is depending on what type of housing the person is living in, if it's a rent stabilized unit or otherwise affordable unit, then we do as much as possible to try to make sure that the household does not lose that housing. So if someone hasn't paid rent in over 12 months, we'll work with them in order to try to make sure, and especially for our older clients, we will definitely work with them to try to make sure that they can stay connected to housing. So it's on a case-by-case basis.
I mean, we've had cases here where we have had individuals go into a particular home-based office and try to get assistance and have been told that they don't qualify until they're able to bring down whatever the arrears are. So then they have to kind of go fish, right? They have to go to Catholic Charities, or they have to go to other, institutions that can help with 300 here, 500 there, so that they're able to bring down that amount, which is very, is difficult to do. But, we've been able to push successfully to have the arrears covered because, in my humble opinion, I think it is more cost effective to the city to just pay the arrears and to have to invest in, fully funding this family's stay at shelter for what, in these days could amount to 3 or 4 years.
Right. The rules that they're using are based on state regulations, and the state regulation requires people to have a future ability to pay, as well as using all available resources in order to preserve taxpayer dollars. So if the family can get money from a charity or through a loan from their pension or other resource, then they first have to tap into that before we will provide assistance. But I can't say I disagree with you, but we operate within the confines of the state regulations.
Understood. Maybe we can do a little bit better about advocating for some changes there, because I just, we don't want to put people through, unnecessary stress while they're already undergoing a pretty traumatic experience. Having to live with the, the thought of being evicted any day, it's very, it's traumatizing. I've been there. Many New Yorkers have been there, and it's heartbreaking to see that, it becomes more and more difficult to get them connected sometimes. Okay, I think I had a couple of questions on city FEPs. How many city FEPs move outs occurred each month, disaggregated by household size and by borough for each from September 2021 through February of 2022? You might not have it, but if you can get it to us, that would be great.
Right. Thank you.
Are city FEP vouchers automatically renewed?
They're not automatically renewed. The city FEP's vouchers are renewed after a 5-year period. If households simply submit the renewal, then the vast majority of them will be renewed. Individuals over the age of, I believe it's 60 or 64, do not have to go through a renewal process for City for HEPs. Those are automatically, like, there's no, 5-year period for aged individuals. But for all other families, they have to submit the renewal form, and we certify those cases, readily certify them. And as you know, if the household is now working, we've changed the standard. So now they can earn up to 80% of the AMI. So there's less of a cliff for people who feel like that they are not able to maintain their housing because they now found a job. We want people to find jobs, and we want them to eliminate or reduce the need for cash assistance. So with this change to the AMI, that now gives them the ability to still have the support they need to maintain housing without having to worry about losing it because they found a job.
Last session, I introduced and passed Intro 1339. This bill requires that DSS provide written notice to all City voucher applicants about source of income discrimination once they receive a shopping letter. Please provide an update on the implementation of this bill.
Yeah, there's a statement on the shopping letter about the source of income discrimination. Bernice, also anything you can add to that?
Thank you. That's right. I know that there were efforts, and that it was part of it that we would continue to include source of income discrimination information, which we already had included and before the advent of the bill, but obviously continue to do so, to make sure that individuals who hold shopping letters are aware that there's support available should they experience landlords who are pushing back on them. And we also know that there is a source of income discrimination unit within DSS that is available to individuals who, if they should experience landlords that are saying no or taking certain tactics to dissuade them from moving forward with applications, because we know that saying no, there are still many landlords that are very bold in doing that, surprisingly maybe. But we also know there are other ways that landlords refuse folks with vouchers as well. And the folks in the source of income unit here at DSS, and of course also at the City Commission on Human Rights, are well aware of how source of income discrimination shows up, and they can arm individuals with information to recognize when it's happening, and also have the ability to move forward with actions or to intervene in those matters, to change no's into yeses.
What is the penalty to the landlord should this discrimination occur?
That's a great question. It actually, I would say the best answer I have for you is that it's a case-by-case basis. It depends on what the nature of the refusal is and how it's made it. And obviously, because the highest priority is being able to connect that individual with that housing opportunity. So, the approach is to intervene initially to while that opportunity is still available, right? Before the landlord can lease to someone else, so that we can get that landlord on board and understand how they have defaulted, right? Or deviated from the law, so that we can let them know that they could be looking at litigation, which is going to be costly for them. They could be looking at, other concerns in terms of restrictions, reporting issues, things of that nature. So, those are some of the things that can be brought to bear in terms of how landlords are, what's on the other side for landlords as deterrents.
That's fantastic. But my question is, what is the number of people that are actually calling into the unit? Has that increased?
That's great. I don't have those details. I believe Administrator Fitzpatrick tossed this over to me because I joined DSS to actually stand up the source of income unit, but I am not running it right now. So I don't have those details at my fingertips, but we will surely follow with you and make sure that we can push, I know that they do, that they have any number of resources and collaterals available that you all can make available to your constituents. And then, to get you the information about calling in, where folks can call in. But we do my understanding is that the unit still receives calls directly into the unit so that they can help, because again, the timing is very essential in these matters. And there's also email referrals that are available as well.
No, I agree, and which is why we introduced the bill, was because of the volume of constituents that were coming in here. You know, they had the shopping letter, but they couldn't find an apartment because landlords were telling them that they didn't accept the voucher, and they hadn't been documenting what landlord, you know, numbers, and so you know, in order for me to better, you know, gauge whether or not the, you know, legislation is working, right? It would be great to kind of get an idea of the number of people that are actually calling into the unit and whether or not that number has increased.
Sure, absolutely noted, and we will follow with you. Thank you.
Chair, I just want to correct what I said about City for HEPS and the recertification. The recertification is annual, and households can get City for HEPS for up to 5 years. If they are aged 60 years of age or older, there's no 5-year maximum. But for those who don't fall in that category, they can request an extension beyond that 5-year mark, and that extension is normally granted.
Got it. Okay. I don't know if do any of the members have any second round questions?
No, Chair, it doesn't appear that any council members have additional questions.
Okay, so I want to close this part of the hearing off with one question. One final question is, what would your recommendation be? What should we be telling our constituency that they should be doing? What should they be doing to ensure that they're meeting their responsibility to the landlord by paying back rent, but you know, doing it in a way that is sustainable and not further financial imposition on their family?
I can answer from my perspective and then also have Renice answer from the OCJ perspective. But from my perspective, it's about information and action. Like, information without action goes nowhere. So please have your constituents follow up when they get information, when they get access to information through mailers or through your office. They have to actually do something in order to protect their rights. They have to actually connect with HRA if they need that additional assistance. And when they do connect with HRA, we please need them to follow up and make sure that they submit the documentation. If they need help getting documentation, they can use us as an available resource to help work with them. And sometimes we can get the information that they need if they can't access it themselves. But from the perspective of, you know, cash assistance and the City for HEPS program, it really is about making sure that people do follow up on the information that is provided to them. And Renice, if you have anything from the OCJ perspective.
Can somebody unmute Ms. Medley? There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Administrator Fitzpatrick. And I would actually echo that. The first thing that I would definitely urge is that as individuals receive notifications from court or any notifications, whether from a landlord, from court, or who have you, that they call 311 and connect to assistance to understand what it is that's before them, and that they stay in their apartments. That's why the illegal lockout campaign and the information that was pushed out through PEU and the MOPT are so critical. Individuals must understand that unless they have a judge's signed order that has been handed or presented to them by a sheriff or marshal, they do not have to leave that home. So to stay in possession and to not self-evict are the best things they can do before they're able to connect with anyone. The other thing that I urge is that that our electeds and that other members of community organizations and individuals definitely call 311 and the tenant helpline or the HCA, Housing Court Answers helpline. Those referral processes are actually the best way for individuals to be connected with the legal services that they need at that particular time. I know sometimes there may be an instinct that by going directly to a provider, you know, there's more immediate service or response. But the thing is, those referral streams are exactly where providers expect to be able to connect with these individuals. And by going through those referral processes, individuals are able to talk to experts that are knowing how to triage the cases, how to streamline those cases so that people get reassurance and information that can help guide them in the best way for their particular cases. So instead of trying to figure things out on their own, understand, well, did I file in time, or my case is too old or young? They don't have to guess about any of that. The best thing to do is go to a resource where they can be directed and get that additional support. So those are the things that I would definitely urge. You get anything, it's just as the Administrator Fitzpatrick said, take action, be responsive, and reach out to those resources that we've said have been made available so that they can be met with the services they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Medley, the local law 53, that would fall under your department, right?
That's correct.
Do you have any information on why the implementation has taken so long?
Thank you, Council Member. We're at a status there where we have been brought to fund that ourselves at DSS, or the Administration of Social Services. So we look forward to discussions, even with council. I know there are additional hearings, obviously, beginning with the budget season that our commissioner will be engaged in. But for the work to support that bill, we will have to find the money here to be able to support that. Go ahead, sorry.
No. I'm just, my understanding was that the program was fully funded. So, okay. So it wasn't.
That's my understanding. That's correct.
Okay.
But I would say too, and I should have mentioned this as well, as much as we do not have this additional funding in place to support that work, the work is, there's always work that's happening around education and outreach. And I know that in Administrator Fitzpatrick's testimony, she spoke to the work, for instance, that PEU did at the same time that this bill was going into effect, which was November of, as you well know, Chair Ayala, but in November of 2021, PEU initiated that massive Right to Counsel campaign that included the radio, the TV buys, the social media, and moving into the community and ethnic newspapers to be sure the word was out there, the massive phone calls and outreach campaigns. So all of these things have been part of that work. And we also have this built into the work that our providers deliver, just as a basis of being contracted to do services through the Office of Civil Justice. So it's important to note that while this work, or the bill, I should say, would definitely give opportunity to expand on outreach and expand on education, it is a part of what happens. And through our collaboration with our agency partners, as well as calling on providers as they're asked to do just in the scope of being providers through the Office of Civil Justice, we're able to activate that as well so that we have additional supports coming through. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I have no further questions for the admin unless any other members have, again, last opportunity to ask a second round of questions.
Oh. I see no council members with any questions at this time, Chair. So if it's all right with you, we will move on to additional public testimony.
Yep.
And thank you to the members of the administration for your testimony and for your responses.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We look forward to continuing working with you on these issues.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to additional public testimony. As a reminder, all public testimony will be limited to 2 minutes. After I call your name, please wait a brief moment for the Sergeant at Arms to announce that you may begin before starting your testimony. And please note that panelists will be able to register for this hearing until 3 hours from the start of the hearing, so that would be about 1 o'clock. The next panel in order of speaking will be Kathleen Kelleher, Marika Diaz, Matthew Longobardi with Anna Aboudi, and Monsignor Kevin Sullivan.
Can I add?
So we will begin now.
I would like to add one quick question, not a question, but I just wanted to say, I know that, many of us have, extensive remarks. We do have a 2-minute timeline. So if you have time while your colleagues are sharing their comments. If you could consolidate yours a little bit, you can always submit those to the council and we will, review them. But just, to be fair and to try to stay on time, we're asking that everyone please keep it to 2 minutes.
Echoing that, of course, we will take full written testimony and we will certainly review all of that. And if you are interested in submitting your testimony, you can do so at council.nyc.gov. We have a lot of witnesses registered to testify today. So again, we will now begin this panel with Kathleen Kelleher.
Time begins.
Thank you. Good afternoon, I think it is now. I'm Katie Kelleher. I'm a staff attorney at the Legal Aid Society. And this morning, or afternoon, excuse me, I'm testifying on behalf of both the Legal Aid Society and the Coalition for the Homeless. And since we only have 2 minutes, I will just flag for you that we are submitting extensive written testimony. So what I'm going to do now is just talk about, respond to what I heard HRA talk about and try to hit on some of the topics that I've heard the council members speak about so far. So on behalf of Legal Aid and the Coalition for the Homeless, we want to congratulate the council, Councilmember Ayala, for hitting the nail on the head, which is that the problem that we're facing with the the end of the eviction moratorium is it's really a long-term housing affordability crisis. And so the first thing that we want to highlight that we think that the council could take action on is that the council really needs to act to expand eligibility for city FEPs to all rent burdened New Yorkers with incomes below 200% of the federal poverty line to really address the crisis. We've heard some about ERAP this morning and also about one-shot deals, but those are really just filling in the crisis gap. They don't address the affordability issue. And since the federal government has not solved the problem in terms of making Section 8 vouchers widely available, the city is really going to be forced to act. We think that city FEPs should be reformed in 3 ways. First, the requirement should be eliminated that families must have lived in the shelter system for at least 3 months and have received an eviction notice and previously lived in a shelter in order to qualify. Enable all rent burden New Yorkers with income below 200% of poverty to qualify for city FEPs, and eliminate unnecessary documentation requirements and streamline the administration so payment can be issued within 4 weeks. Did I hear time? Okay, yes. So I'm going to say 2 other topics. I'm just going to literally say what the topic headings are, and I would invite, I would appreciate if you would ask me questions, because I actually would like to respond to Administrator Fitzpatrick's testimony with respect to the incredible spike in rejections of applications to over 9,000. So I would really appreciate questions on that. But I just want to, the 2 other areas that our written testimony focuses on are the extensive barriers faced by clients when they apply to HRA. And the third area is the COVID-19 crisis has taught us that there are changes that need to be made in the shelter system permanently to ease the crisis for homeless New Yorkers. So with that, I guess I have to end my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie, for your testimony. We're now going to move to Marika Diaz for her testimony.
Time begins.
Good morning, committee. I'm here on behalf of the SafeNet project at the Urban Justice Centre. I'm the director there, and also am on the steering committee of the Right to Counsel NYC Coalition. At the city level right now, we have a huge problem for the city's Right to Counsel initiative, which is really one of the key interventions standing between New York City tenants and mass displacement. The national labour shortage that we are experiencing as Right to Counsel providers is really impacting our ability to deliver the services, and we're currently carrying unprecedented caseloads that have accumulated during the pandemic. This is really a disastrous combination when you add it to the fact that we have a court system that is determined to ram through thousands of cases without regard for the essential due process rights of tenants, and the fact that we can't keep up with the demand for services no matter how hard we try. And so the result of this is going to be that tenants will miss out on right to counsel, they will get evicted, and they will be rendered homeless. So we really need the city's Office of Civil Justice to coordinate more closely with the court to push for a flow of cases that matches the legal provider capacity. And we need the city to defend its right to counsel law as a due process right that it is, and to do everything in its power to ensure that right to counsel can prevent mass displacement. It's also obviously essential to immediately implement Local Law 53, as we've heard from a number of speakers. In addition, our one-shot deal system needs to be reformed to meet the moment and ensure that New York City tenants aren't displaced. That will include eliminating the future ability to pay requirement, simplifying the application process, ensuring language and disability access, ensuring a rent arrears relief for undocumented New Yorkers, like we did post Superstorm Sandy, because they aren't one-shot eligible. And raising the levels of funding available to households. And the city also needs to reduce CityFEP's processing times and eliminate the rent reasonableness requirements. And also finally, just on the question of homelessness, because I see I'm out of time, we really need our city administration to immediately move away from the current approach to homelessness, which is one of scapegoating, criminalising, policing. Given the eviction crisis, this is abhorrent and unhelpful. And furthermore, we have 3/4 of applications at PATH that are denied, and thousands of homeless families are stuck in a city-designed churning process that is exhausting and traumatizing. DSS has to reduce the bureaucratic barriers to folks to getting shelter, and immediately guarantee stabilization and safe haven beds for homeless New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you, Marika, for your testimony. Now we're going to move to Matthew Longobardi and Anna Abudi to testify. I believe they'll be testifying together.
Clock is ready.
I think we each wanted 2 minutes, but good afternoon. I'm Matthew Longobardi. I'm a senior staff attorney at Mobilization for Justice. MFJ is a member of the LEAP Coalition of Legal Service Providers, and we're also a member and a supporter of the Right to Counsel NYC Coalition. Currently, my colleagues and I are feeling an immense pressure of the flow of eviction cases moving through court, and we're urging this committee to work with the Office of Civil Justice and the Office of Court Administration to manage the amount of cases being calendared in housing court. Only cases where tenants are currently represented by counsel should move forward. Other cases should be adjourned until legal service providers like MFJ have additional capacity. We're approaching caseloads that will interfere with our ability to provide the zealous and competent representation that our existing clients deserve. Those caseloads will also interfere with the rights my unionized colleagues and I, who are members of the Legal Services Staff Association, have under our collective bargaining agreement. We have the right to caseloads that allow us to provide robust and ethical legal services that our clients and your constituents deserve. High caseloads undermine the effectiveness of the Right to Counsel program by failing the tenants we currently represent, and also by causing burnout and attrition among legal services staff, which will impact the quality of representation for tenants under the Right to Counsel program for years to come. Additionally, as caseloads swell, my colleagues and I have even less capacity to offer tenants the holistic services that are necessary to enforce their rights beyond the defense of an eviction. Currently, we have significantly less time for taking on new HP proceedings, limiting our ability to assist tenants with enforcing their rights to habitable housing and to be free from harassment. For all these reasons, it's essential that cases in housing court only move at the speed at which legal service providers have capacity, and cases where tenants do not currently have counsel need to be adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, for your testimony. We're now going to move to Anna Abudi for testimony.
Time begins.
Good morning. My name is Anna Abudi, and I'm a staff attorney at Mobilization for Justice in the Bronx. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. While the eviction moratorium expired just 6 weeks ago, the negative impact on tenants and legal service providers has been overwhelming. Perhaps the most notable impact, and what I'd like to bring your attention to today, has been the misplaced urgency with which the court is trying to hear new cases. Instead of prioritizing existing cases wherein both parties have representation, the court is prioritizing newly filed cases where tenants do not have counsel. Because these cases are appearing before the court for the first time, and what's commonly referred to as the intake part, tenants are supposed to be given the opportunity to connect with the legal service provider. Since the eviction moratorium expired, cases from these parts have been moving through the court system at wholly unmanageable speeds. Cases are being scheduled at rates that far exceed our capacity as a legal service organization. When MFJ is the legal service provider on a duty in an intake part, we are responsible for contacting each tenant whose case is on the calendar. The goal is to inform the tenant of their right to counsel and the opportunity for free legal representation. Unfortunately, there is still a significant amount of confusion for tenants about how they are required to appear in intake parts. If a tenant does not appear for their initial court date, the provider assigned to the intake part is frequently left with nothing more than the tenant's address in order to contact them. This makes the likelihood of connecting with the tenant very low. Moreover, given the high number of cases that are being scheduled in court, our resources as a legal service provider are often tied up in contacting tenants and conducting intake. Simply put, tenants are entitled to information about their right to counsel and should have the opportunity to connect with an attorney at these appearances. But legal service providers are being charged with the nearly impossible task and time-consuming task of performing outreach to many tenants that often yields few results because so many cases are being calendared so quickly. A colleague of mine recently compared the situation legal service providers are being faced with right now to the overburdened and understaffed hospitals at the height of the pandemic. With limited resources, no end in sight to the very sick patients walking through their doors, and an obligation to help just about everyone. This is a fairly accurate analogy. However, unlike the overburdened ERs and ICUs throughout the pandemic, who had no control over the number of people requiring care on any given day, the Office of Court Administration does not and should not be carrying on as if they have no choice but to calendar as many new cases as possible now that the moratorium has expired. The decision to do so is calculated, discriminatory, and harmful to tenants, legal service providers, and the court staff alike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for your testimony. Our final speaker in this panel will be Monsignor Kevin Sullivan.
Clock is ready.
He's muted. Could somebody unmute the Monsignor, please?
Thank you for the opportunity. And I will not repeat what the previous panelists have said. I just want to speak to three particular areas. One, how services are delivered, how we help people to avoid eviction. Hotlines, helplines are very, very important. The city helpline is critically important. However, in-person sites in neighborhoods where people can walk in and talk to a real human being are also critically important. For that reason, Catholic Charities, we instituted just last week that all our neighborhood offices are going to be open 5 days a week in person. We may stagger the work schedule, but they're going to be open 5 days a week. Home base, other sites. That's critically important to make sure that that happens. Secondly, at the end of the day, we have a crisis of affordable housing. Therefore, if we want to deal with it, capital funding is critical to make sure that there is more than temporary help for what's going on. So that is the second point. The third point, which a number of people have spoken to, is that of affordability. And let me suggest to this committee and to its chair that this committee put forth a policy proposal to New York City, which initially may not cost any money, but sets a direction that we should be setting as our policy in New York City. And I phrase it very, very simply. The policy of New York should be that no New York household whose income is less than 200% of New York City's poverty level should pay more than 30% of their income for rent. This can be achieved by vouchers, rental assistance, or even refundable tax credits. That policy aspiration should then guide all of our assistance programs to make sure that every single New York City household doesn't become rent poor. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to testify before your committee.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Monsignor, and thank you so much to Catholic Charities for your consistency. I couldn't tell you how many of my constituents actually have utilized your resources and found them to be very helpful. And I agree. I think that the creation of a new voucher program is essential because there is a housing crisis in New York City, and it's been here for many, many years. I benefited from Section 8 and what was then the JGIS program, which is now a form of the FEPS program, but it helped my family tremendously. We often talk about affordable housing, but there's a need for affordable housing, and there's also an even bigger need for subsidized housing, and we unfortunately don't speak enough to that. And so I hope to be able to change that conversation in my time in leadership in this committee. And I want to first apologize to all of the panelists because I will not be able to ask everyone a question, and it's not because it's not of interest to me. I know many of you. I've fortunately been able to sit with many of you, and I know of the great work that you do. But we have over 35 panelists that are registered to speak, and it becomes impossible. But I did have a question. I just want you to know that we're not trying to to shy you or anything. We really appreciate your coming here today, and if you can submit your written testimony, I promise to review it. I've heard many great ideas. I am not an expert on all things. I do bring life experience to this committee, which I think is important as a person who has been housing insecure several times in my life. But that doesn't, render me, an expert on all matters. And so I will be relying heavily on your expertise to help guide the policies that we create and the work that we do through this committee in a way that is really meaningful to New Yorkers. But I do have a question for Kathleen regarding the rejections. Why do you think that the rejections were so high for interviews that allowed to, for the numbers to spike to over 9,000?
Well, there are a number of reasons, but one of the reasons is there are two issues. One is that Administrator Fitzpatrick acknowledged that there are lots of reasons why people miss a phone call. You can't get a rent arrears grant of any kind or ongoing public assistance without a mandatory interview, and they're happening by phone. And in pre-COVID days, back in the day, people got a phone call from HRA and they could call back. That somebody could leave a message saying like, "This is your worker, Miss Jones, call me back." Now they get a message that says, "Sorry, you missed our call. You need to call info line." So basically what it means is that, like you acknowledged, Chair Ayala, like people who don't answer their phone because they don't answer unless they know who it is, they listen to the voicemail and they go, "Oh my gosh, that was HRA. Let me call back. Let me hit redial." Guess what? The redial doesn't work. And calling info line means info line is one centralized number that itself needs to be reformed. People can wait for literally over an hour on hold to talk to a generic phone agent. When they do talk to that agent, what happens is they are told they're going to get another call, to just wait for another call. It's not scheduled. The exact same thing happens again. So oftentimes it takes days and days to tie that loop to actually make this happen. And HRA is actually not giving people, they're not calling from phones that can be called back. They're not treating people like actual humans. I mean, I do appreciate that the city and city workers are, do try to do their jobs, but using technology, putting people up against like a massive phone line it's a system designed to fail. And the same thing is true and these are people, you only get scheduled for a phone interview if you have successfully filed an application. And as Administrator Fitzpatrick acknowledged, they're really trying to get people to use the automated system known as Access HRA. And we agree that people should be that Access HRA is a great alternative for people who can do it. but only that there are 30% of New Yorkers, according to a study that former comptroller Stringer published, 30% of New Yorkers lack broadband access to the internet. So that's 30% of New Yorkers do not have access to the main way that HRA wants them to apply, right? So that automatically knocks them out of the box. So let's think about the idea that over 9,000 people were rejected, and those were people who already jumped over the hurdle of somehow getting their application filed. Think of all the people who didn't manage to even get through the first hurdle and get their application filed. So the other thing that HRA is really missing on is that having job centers follow a bank model is really not, it's not appropriate. HRA is a human services agency, and it needs to be prepared to serve people as individuals in person, not act like a bank ATM lobby, which is what they do now. Job centers have been converted into automated self-service models. I don't know if you caught when Administrator Fitzpatrick answered your question about interviewing clients. What she said is if a client comes to a job center, we connect them to a phone. So in other words, they don't even interview the person personally. They sit them in a cubicle and hand them a phone. And the other thing they do is if you show up at a job center and say, I tried to apply, it didn't work for me, I need help, they put you at a computer carol that they call them PC banks, and they tell you to apply online. So what's crazy about that is a huge percentage of the people who are going to HRA job centers are people who are there to say, I tried to do it online and I couldn't do it. I don't understand how to do it. So the shift that HRA has made to this self-service, lack of individualized assistance is a gigantic failure. And those numbers reflect that. And so HRA needs to fix that. And the other thing is that even for people, there certainly are people who can use InfoLine. There definitely are. But there are even more people who could use it if they had real-time help. One of the things that is different between HRA and your bank or Con Ed or Verizon is that if you try to go online and pay a bill and you need help, there are ways you could get help with online services. You can call them. There's usually an online chat feature. Somebody can help you navigate. Oh, you can't find your password. Let me help you reset it. HRA lacks real-time technical help. There is no assistance for Access HRA, none, zero. And if you want to see witness of that, you can look on the mobile apps. If you look in the App Store, there's a technical assistant. You can look in the Q&A section. And there are questions there that are posted by clients. I actually put one of these in my testimony. One of them was from a client who said, I'm trying to do this. It's really confusing. I've been calling repeatedly. I don't understand. The response from HRA 12 days later was, thank you for your comment. Please send us an email. So I think it's an automated bot that responded. So HRA needs to provide online assistance for that too. They need to fix their centralized phone system so that people can reach them by phone. They need to provide individualized phone numbers so that people can call them back. And they need to provide the technical assistance, and they need to provide real alternatives to applying online.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, it took a long time to answer, but I'm afraid that my time is going to be up, and I really think
I saw a lot of nodding heads. So I'm assuming that there's consensus amongst the group on a lot of the recommendations and agreement on some of the hurdles that are making it really difficult for people to access services. I've seen it. We see it. We have an influx of people coming in, and so we're able to troubleshoot. But if we were not here, if our office had gone remote, then my fear is that and that was one of the reasons why we opened, and we were one of the first offices to open and remain open throughout the pandemic, was because a lot of of people who needed access to a copy machine. They needed a scanner to scan documents. Not everybody has a smartphone. Not everyone knows how to use a smartphone. Hello, me included. So it becomes, an impediment, just a further barrier to accessing resources that are well intended, right? That are there within a person's reach, but we sometimes, make it difficult for them in ways that, we shouldn't. So I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And we're going to move on to the next panel because I want to be mindful of everyone's time. Thank you so much.
Thank you to this entire panel for your testimony. We're now going to move on to the next panel. I also just want to flag that there sometimes is a few seconds delay in your being unmuted, so just please be patient with us on that. The next panel will be, in the order of speaking, Jenny Laurie, followed by Eric Lee, followed by Eric Rosenbaum, followed by Josefa Silva. And we are going to begin with Jenny Laurie.
Is ready.
Thanks very much. My name is Jenny Laurie. I'm the Executive Director of Housing Court Answers. Housing Court Answers is a member of the Right to Counsel New York City Coalition. I want to especially thank Councilmember Ayala. You've always been so really great, terrific on housing justice issues since you were first elected, and we all recognize you as a leader in this work. Housing Court Answers, in partnership with the Office of Civil Justice, staffs a hotline for tenants facing eviction. Tenants can call the number on their court papers to reach us, and our hotline staff can connect those tenants with cases to an attorney provided under the city's right to counsel law. Right to counsel at this point, as we've all been talking about, is really the only thing standing between tens of thousands of tenants and eviction. Our hotline has gotten super busy since the expiration of the moratorium on January 15th. Some days we get over 600 calls compared to 100 or less than 100 a day at the beginning of the moratorium. I hope the council will ask the administration how many tenants are calling 311 with eviction cases, because I'm sure their numbers are super high as well. And I'm curious to know how well they respond to those calls. As we have heard from previous testimony, tens of thousands of tenants now face eviction for non-payment of rent. Some of them are in court and some of them are not yet in court. And there are some partial solutions to the current crisis. And I'm repeating what other people have said, just because I think if we all repeat it, maybe it will happen. Full funding for right to counsel, both for the provision of legal representation and for the organizing work that was mandated under Local Law 53 to convince tenants not to give up their homes without a fight. Pressure the housing court to slow the progress of cases so that every tenant who is eligible gets proper full legal representation. The current pace of calendared cases is surpassing the ability of legal service providers to deal with it. And then finally, as others have said, streamline the city FAPs and the one-shot deal process so more tenants can access rental assistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Jenny. We are now going to move to Eric Lee for testimony, followed by Eric Rosenbaum. Over to Eric Lee.
Clock is ready.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Eric Lee. I'm Director of Policy and Planning for Homeless Services United. Congratulations, Chair Ayala, on your leadership of the General Welfare Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'll summarize my written testimony here. To meet the overwhelming need for arrears, we urge the council to call upon Governor Hochul to commit the $2 billion in unallocated federal pandemic relief funds to fund ERAP. On the city level, expanding access to one-shot deals can also help with arrears. We recommend reintroducing Intro 2172 to remove future ability to pay as an eligibility requirement. And to Councilmember Hudson's comments around recoupments, we recommend the council urge the governor and OTDA to remove the recoupment clause from one-shot deals from state statute. Housing resources like one-shot, city and state FAPs, and EHV vouchers are only effective if there's enough staff at both government and nonprofit providers to be able to help people quickly access those resources. The city should exempt from the 3% proposed pegs across the board included in the mayor's preliminary budget. Staff at HPD, NYCHA, DHS, HRA, and DYCD runaway and homeless youth that are all working to address the crisis of homelessness. HSU is extremely grateful to Chair Ayala and members of the council for passing Intro 146 last session, raising city FEPs to FMR. And the council must hold DHS and HRA budgets harmless to ensure that both agencies are not shorthanded and do not need to rely on redeploying volunteers to be able to process the additional applications. Patchwork response diminishes the anticipated need and could catch both agencies flat-footed when it outstrips the limited staff capacity. The council should also direct additional funding to NYCHA and HPD departments responsible for processing EHV vouchers. We recommend the council fund the requests of Human Services Council's Just Pay campaign to increase the low wages of the nonprofit workforce. And we also urge the city to strike the rent reasonableness and utility deductions from city FEPs. Providers have already seen households lose permanent housing placements due to rent reasonableness, even when it's below FMR. And in closing, we also urge the council to address the mayor's preliminary budget, which did not include any funding for affordable housing or increased cost to rental assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for your testimony. Now going to move to Eric Rosenbaum, followed by Josefa Silva. Over to Eric Rosenbaum.
Clock is ready.
Thank you. I'm the CEO of Project Renewal, a New York City homeless services nonprofit. I'm grateful to Chair Ayala and the entire City Council for your support of our programs. For 55 years, we've provided shelter, housing, healthcare, and employment services to hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers who are experiencing homelessness, and a special focus on those affected by mental illness, substance use, and criminal justice involvement. In the 10 years before the pandemic and the eviction moratorium, the single adult shelter system was rising by 1,000 people a year, and the length of stay was steadily increasing. That's the equivalent of 50 200-bed shelters needed just to accommodate the growth. I applaud the increase in the value of the FEPS vouchers because that helps people compete for the very limited supply of affordable units. But those vouchers aren't creating housing by themselves, so they're only a stopgap measure. Almost all the plans that can increase production of ultra-low income affordable and supported housing won't have an impact on supply in the next 3 to 4 years because it takes so long to acquire sites and get financing and build. So it's not fast enough to help the dramatic imbalance between supply and demand. To avoid an explosion of homelessness, we have to look at all ways to increase housing capacity in the next 2 years. We wrote last year in a policy paper that hotel conversions could create thousands of safe, highly affordable, and supportive units at a much lower cost than new construction, and get people in apartments within 2 years with rent stabilized leases. The HPD master lease can fund those conversions without requiring additional or much additional capital funding because the rental subsidies become collateral that allows for 100% debt financing. That means that these FEPS vouchers would be funding new permanently affordable housing instead of just subsidizing existing landlords. The previous administration stopped those conversion efforts, and now the window is kind of shrinking. I mean, we know everyone is working on ways to make this possible, but time is of the essence. And in the meantime, the city could help alleviate the bureaucratic challenges, including staffing shortages that delay filling the 60 vacancies we have today in our 1,000 supported housing units. Getting approval for a housing package takes months. Last month, we opened a brand new supported housing building in Bedford Park with 118 units. As of today, we filled 26. We could cut the time to fill the rest by 2 to 3 months if the approval process were faster. I'm grateful that we're now allowed to make some direct connections between our shelter clients and our own housing vacancies. We want to see that expanded. I just close by saying, if we have to fight battles to house New Yorkers, I'd rather be fighting the battles to create housing than for more shelter. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Eric, for your testimony. Before moving to the final panelist for this panel, Josefa Silva, I just want to call the next panel as well so folks can have a heads up that you will be up next. The following panel will be Amy Bloomsack, followed by Sarah Wilson, followed by Beatrice Simpkins, followed by Andy Ohla, followed by Yesenia Ponce. I am now going to call Josefa Silva to be the last panelist here. Over to us, Josefa.
Clock is ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy for WIN. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for the attention and work that the Council is doing to keep people in their homes. WIN is New York City's largest provider of shelter and permanent supportive housing for families with children who've experienced homelessness. We operate 13 family shelters and 365 units of permanent supportive housing. In total, we served more than 9,000 individuals last year. One of the reasons that WIN exists is that New York City has a shortage of housing that is affordable to the lowest income New Yorkers. For the pandemic in fiscal year 19, 600 of the families in WIN shelter were there just in WIN shelter because of eviction. Those of us in family homelessness remember when in desperation, DHS turned to unsafe cluster sites and commercial hotels to shelter families with children because the need overwhelmed the capacity of the shelter system. We fear a return to those days as an influx of people turn to shelter in the aftermath of the expiration of the moratoriums. There's no doubt that the eviction moratorium was a necessary emergency intervention, but we need a long-term solution. And that solution is an expanded rental assistance program. City FEPS has the potential to mitigate housing vulnerability, but not enough New Yorkers are able to use this key solution. There are 3 areas of reform that would fix this. First, it's time to use the voucher to prevent evictions. Currently, City FEPS is targeted to helping New Yorkers leave homelessness. By expanding access to City FEPS for people facing eviction before they lose their homes, we would prevent homelessness in the first place. Secondly, New York City needs to improve its systems and administration of the City FEPS vouchers, while also working with landlords to build participation. At WIN, we see families lose apartments because of long processing times on the applications, delays on apartment inspections and approvals, late payments to landlords, and other administrative issues. Finally, New York City has to step up enforcement so that landlords can't discriminate against families who use vouchers. WIN joins neighbors together and other advocates to call for a $1 million increase in this year's budget for the source of income unit at the Commission on Human Rights. Thank you again for your time and attention. We look forward to working with you in the coming months to help New York's most vulnerable families.
Thank you, Josefa, for your testimony. And that concludes this panel. I'll now call, go ahead, Chair Ayala.
Regarding the number of individuals denied, and I'm asking because several of you have brought it up, due to the inability to pay future rents. Do we know what that number is? Does anyone know? No? Eric, maybe? Can somebody unmute Eric Lee? Thank you.
Thank you. With regards to inability to pay, I think HRA has that information because that's how they would determine whether or not they would whether they would grant a one-shot deal, because they would be like, if you don't have future ability, we're not going to pay the.
No, I understood, but several of you brought it up as something that needs to change. Are you seeing an increase in the number of, of clients that have been denied for that reason?
I think it's just a long-standing
Okay.
challenge of trying to access rental assistance. And given the idea of if we can try to ensure that, given the need, that we're able to then get more people to be able to qualify for it, that's how we're going to get people to be able to remain in their homes.
Perfect. Okay. And do we know, what is your experience? So this is for anyone on the panel, on the length of time for inspections. When you say delay, like what is that? Are they delayed by a month? I would imagine that during the COVID pandemic, those delays were even longer.
The inspection times and delays vary hugely, which is also one of the challenges, is that there isn't always a clear expectation of what the timeline in the process is. During the pandemic itself, inspections were handled remotely. There were ways to use video and such to conduct inspections. That's no longer how they're being done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys.
I just want to raise one other issue, which is tenants who apply for a one-shot deal, if they have a subsidy and they got behind anyway, if they've applied for ERAP, they've been told basically they're not going to receive the funds from ERAP because they're subsidized, but they also can't go forward on their one-shot deal. I don't think it's a huge problem, but there are people who have applied for one-shots in the first round who are basically getting rejected. They can't go forward with their one-shot deal application.
That's interesting. Thank you so much. And I wanted to just add, Jenny, that I thank you for Housing Court Answers actually taught me so much when I was doing constituent services way back when. I found it to be a very useful tool. So thank you so much.
Oh, sure. As I said, you've been such a terrific leader on these issues. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, we can move on to the next panel.
Thanks again to this entire panel. Moving on to the following panel, which will be speaking in the following order: Amy Bloomsack, Sarah Wilson, Beatrice Simpkins, Andy Ola, and Hassania Ponce. Beginning now with Amy Bloomsack.
Clock is ready.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Amy Bloomsack. I'm the Director of Organizing and Policy at Neighbors Together. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. And Chair Ayala, thank you for leading us in the right direction. I look forward to continuing to work with you. I just want to say I echo what so many others have said. I'm going to try and focus on a few things that have been talked about less. Obviously, we have run out of ERAP money, but we didn't get enough to cover people who need assistance. Although this is obviously a city council hearing, there are two bills that are going to be really important at the state level: the Housing Access Voucher Program, I saw your op-ed, and good cause eviction. These will both lift people out of homelessness, right? Prevent people from falling in who are at risk of eviction, and then also give unregulated tenants protection so that they can also not fall into eviction by creating a floor for them of rights. And so those are going to be critical to sort of cap on both ends the homelessness crisis. And New York City has large influence at the state level in terms of homelessness. And so I really want to recommend that the council, the mayor, the administration continue to be vocal supporters of these two bills at the state level, particularly as the budget season is coming to an end at the state level. Additionally, I really want to echo that CCHR, the SOI unit, their source of income unit, needs $1 million in funding at minimum. They have been such a huge resource to our members. They have literally helped people get housing when they struggled for so long to find it with the voucher, but they're down to one person right now, and that's not enough. It's creating a huge bottleneck, and that disincentivizes people from reporting discrimination, which allows landlords and brokers to continue to break the law. So additionally, City FEPS is a huge help. We're super excited about all the wins last year. But again, I echo that the administrative delays and burdens are huge barriers for people. The lack of staffing is slowing down the processing, the cumbersome documentation requirements. I mean, I have a member who got accepted into a really incredible apartment in November, and she is still waiting to move in because of delays. I mean, it's unacceptable. So I will continue to spell out the details of that in my written testimony, and I look forward to continuing conversation with you about these important issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy, for your testimony. We're now going to move to Sarah Wilson. Over to Sarah.
Clock is ready.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Sarah Wilson. I'm here today with Neighbors Together, someone I've done a lot of work with on housing and homelessness issues. What I've already heard mentioned, the city FEPS is something that we've worked on together, both the dollar amount as well as getting the income cliff taken off. I've also done work with Urban Justice and Vocal New York, as well as on that HRA info line, which I keep hearing come up as well. Like I said, Amy said, a lot's already been discussed. So I'm going to try as well to see things that maybe have not I'm formerly homeless, was in multiple shelters. I'm on disability, fixed income, needed a fixed rent. When there's a foreseeable risk of loss of life, the General Welfare Committee has an obligation to intercede. A major part of why the homelessness is so big, despite stereotypes, is because of illegal wrongful evictions. One of the documents the shelter requests is an eviction letter. Most of the people have that, but they've never had counsel nor good cause, which is leading to and responsible for a major factor that's creating homelessness and the homelessness crisis itself, which then creates a lot of secondary characteristics. And it carries, like I said, a great risk for loss of life. Once you're in the system, it is nearly impossible to get out of. And that's, sorry, give me one more second. Okay, it's understood that preventing homelessness by serving people who are at risk is both more effective and humane than what's been going on for the past decades and contributing, as I said, to a major part of the homelessness crisis. People assume that there was something wrong before they went in, but a lot of the times it's not. It's just the condition of being in the street and in these shelters for so long. And the current practices and treatments is what's causing the health conditions and the breakdown. Without shelter, food, sleep, community, privacy, safety from conditions, your physical, mental, emotional, spiritual will become broken. That can be prevented by extending the eviction moratorium, allow people the opportunity to obtain counsel as well as rental assistance that may be needed or whatever else is needed to stop creating this homelessness crisis. I got just one more second and I'll be done with y'all. Sorry. Okay, you know what? Instead of describing the people as a cancer, let's start treating them as the humans that they need to be. And I'll leave it at that. Thank y'all and God bless.
Thank you, Sarah.
Sarah, for your testimony. I'm going to move now to Beatrice Simpkins, followed by Andy Ojla. Over to Beatrice Simpkins.
Clock is ready.
My name is Beatrice Simpkins. I'm the Chief Program Officer for the Partnership for the Homeless, which focuses on preventing homelessness via housing, rental assistance, health, education, and changing the public narrative. I'd like to thank Chair Ayala and committee members for the opportunity to speak about the impact of the expiration of state and federal eviction moratoria. With the moratoria over and without sufficient emergency rental assistance program funds, our city and state will experience a tsunami of homelessness that will last for decades. This is a moment to focus on prevention, the most cost-effective humanitarian solution. This requires safeguarding people in existing homes via rental assistance and other measures, and safeguarding the state's stock of affordable homes through investments. It's estimated that 400,000 households in the city still need rental assistance, that 2 in 3 of them that apply for ERAP have not been assisted. While many families who lost income during COVID regained work and income, those earning minimum wage and low incomes have no means to cover the rent gap without assistance. Lifting the moratorium without adequate assistance hurts tenants and property owners, particularly smaller property owners. Not providing rental assistance equates with allowing thousands to lose their homes and end up in shelters. And that annual $68,000 cost per family is vastly more expensive than the average $4,000 that a household needs to address rent arrears. New York homelessness is primarily a story about women and children of color bearing the devastating impact of domestic violence, evictions, and overcrowding in housing. This, sadly, is a racial injustice story. Over 95% of people in shelters are people of color, and over 90% of families in shelters are female-headed. At the partnership, 85% of our clients are Black and Latin women and women with children. When government is willing to pay more to allow families to lose their homes and experience homelessness and to invest in measures that prevent homelessness, we must ask why. Instead, we must work together to end homelessness. And the first step is investing in prevention. The partnership is ready to be your partner in this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm going to call now on Andy Ojla to testify.
Clock is ready.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Andy Ojla. I am the Director of Advocacy with Communities Resist, a community-based legal services and organizing nonprofit serving tenants throughout Brooklyn and Queens. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and we echo the sentiments of many other legal services providers who have already testified, and this will be a summary of our testimony, which is also being submitted in writing. Communities Resist's work and model of legal advocacy is centered on representing tenant associations in affirmative cases for improved living conditions and to combat tenant harassment and discrimination. We were founded on the understanding that housing justice is a racial justice issue and that tenant legal services must be in support of community-based tenant organizing. Although Communities Resist is not directly providing representation through the Right to Counsel program, we continue to provide services through for tenants through the city's anti-harassment tenant protection program, which supports building-wide legal action by tenants against their landlords for repairs and to fight back against harassment and discrimination. The pandemic has exacerbated an already existing housing crisis by compounding the scarcity of affordable housing in our most diverse neighborhoods with an economic and healthcare crisis. Our organization has been assisting tenants throughout the pandemic by filing legal action against landlords using illegal means to displace tenants, providing brief advice, hosting dozens of Know Your Rights workshops, and connecting tenants with essential services to meet their basic needs like heat and hot water. We're also a member of a coalition of organizations that has helped hundreds of tenants apply for and receive state ERAP funding. Over the last 2 years, we've seen a stark rise in illegal lockout cases and instances of landlords shutting off essential services like the aforementioned heat and hot water, and also not making repairs or eradicating vermin. There's also been a steady rise in cases of harassment and discrimination, as discussed previously. We know that evictions and displacement have a disproportionate impact on people of color, especially women and children, and that housing instability has a significant adverse effect on an individual's education, employment, family relationships, and physical and mental health. It's now clear more than ever that legal representation is essential to level the playing field between landlords of means and our low-income neighbors. This is why we are imploring the City Council to increase the funding that's available to all these legal services organizations to fully fund Local Law 53 and also to fully fund one-shot deals. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy, for your testimony. Before calling up our last panelist in this list of speakers, I want to also note the following panel so everyone can be ready. Once you're called, the following panel is going to be in the following order of speaking: Emily Ponder-Williams, Oksana Mironova, Imran Hussein, Raphael Moore-Punnett, and Stephanie Espinal. So that's going to be our following panel. And now, finally, for this panel, calling on Yesenia Ponce.
Clock is ready.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to present our testimony. My name is Yesenia Ponce. I'm a supervising attorney at Northern Manhattan Improvement Corporation. We provide legal services for low-income tenants in Upper Manhattan and the Bronx. Due to time limitations, I'll just jump right to the point. Over 200,000 pre-pandemic eviction cases continue to move forward in housing court as we speak. As you know from previous testimony, expiration of the moratorium has brought a dramatic increase in seeking rental assistance. Tenants continue to struggle with unemployment and consequently be unable to pay their arrears. But with tenants unable to apply for a one-shot deal unless they have future ability, and ERAP funds no longer realistically available, and rent voucher programs being underfunded and maintaining limited eligibility, the tenants find themselves at a dead end because they will never be able to pay the accumulated arrears. With evictions now in place, without having a solution for tenants struggling with arrears, there is limited bureaucratic work around this issue because there's simply not enough funding for rental assistance. Also, the impact that the expiration of the moratorium has had and will continue to have on legal services is disastrous. Advocates lack proper support to manage the wave of impending evictions, the tsunami, as someone previously testified. That's a perfect way to put it. Providers are working at higher than normal caseloads without additional funding and support staff. We must remember that housing attorneys maintained a full caseload before the pandemic, and the additional wave of eviction proceedings will influence services provided, as well as debilitating our staff. This additional strain on our workplace poses a risk of high turnover as staff find themselves overwhelmed, and it's nearly impossible to navigate this wave of cases efficiently. Without full funding for legal counsel and support staff, legal services are ill-equipped to handle the growing housing crisis in our city. All tenants should have the opportunity to be represented by an attorney who will be able to provide meaningful representation on each and every case. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Jasenia, for your testimony, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name earlier. Now going to turn to our next panel. Our next panel will be Emily Ponder-Williams, followed by Oksana Mironova, followed by Imran Hussein, followed by Raphael Moore-Punnett, followed by Stephanie Espinal. Over now to Emily Ponder-Williams.
Clock is ready.
Hello, thank you so much to the committee and to our chair for hearing these important issues today. My name is Emily Ponder-Williams. I'm the managing attorney of the civil defense practice at Neighborhood Defender Service of Harlem. NDS is a holistic public defense office that participates in the Right to Counsel program and has been providing civil legal services to the residents of Northern Manhattan for the last 30 years. I want to jump in and specifically address some of the issues that are facing legal services providers at this time. I know the committee has heard a lot today about the challenges, but I'd like to get a little more specific about what those challenges are. And I'll also point the committee to my written testimony, which provides even further detail on these challenges. The committee has heard a lot today, I think, about new eviction filings and an impending wave. And we've heard that the new filings have not quite reached pre-pandemic levels. But what I want to stress is that the influx of cases coming to legal services providers is not just about new filings. We are being assigned to cases that predate the pandemic, sometimes by a number of years. We were recently assigned a case that is on appeal and has been pending since 2016. This is because the full right to counsel, as we all know, was not in effect pre-pandemic. When these cases paused and they are now returning, we are being assigned both new filings as well as cases that have been ongoing, again, for a number of years and pre-pandemic. As a result, in Manhattan, we are fielding on any given intake day 4 different parts and might take on roughly 30 or more new to us cases on that particular day. This is spreading our staff incredibly thin. On top of this, we're not only being assigned cases in court, but we are fielding referrals constantly through Housing Court Answers, the court, and OCJ, asking us to contact tenants before court. This is truly hampering our ability to provide the holistic services that is required to implement a real meaningful right to counsel. So thank you again to the committee and to everyone else who's testified today.
Thank you, Emily, for your testimony. Now going to move to Oksana Mironova.
Clock is ready.
Good afternoon and thank you. My name is Oksana Mironova and I'm a housing policy analyst at the Community Service Society of New York. We have been closely tracking eviction rates in New York City for decades. We know more than 1 in 4 low-income tenants are behind on their rent during the pandemic, with Black and Latinx tenants, and particularly women, at greatest risk. We have a bunch of additional data on evictions that's included in my written testimony, as well as on our website in our reports. Below are 5 recommendations for easing the city's looming eviction crisis. Right to counsel. Following the implementation of Right to Counsel, we worked closely with the Right to Counsel Coalition to advocate for local law 53. The law needs to be implemented immediately for all the reasons that the previous panelists have talked about already today. The eviction case backlog. We know that New York City's housing courts are struggling with a backlog of eviction filings. And in the coming months, housing courts should only move the cases for tenants with legal representation specifically and adjourn all others until legal services organizations have more capacity. Rental assistance. City FEPS is the rental assistance program that the city has the most direct control over. Unfortunately, there are administrative and enforcement obstacles for using city FEPS for eviction prevention specifically. Most crucially, New Yorkers must stay in shelter for 90 days before becoming eligible, are faced with a systemic source of income discrimination from landlords, and undocumented New Yorkers are excluded. Further, New Yorkers who do get access to the vouchers often get tracked to lower quality housing with a lot of HPD violations. The city should work to expand eligibility to city FEPS to effectively prevent evictions and ramp up enforcement of building code and source of income discrimination laws. abolishing and replacing the tax lien sale. Today, the authorization for the city's tax lien sale comes to an end. This harmful Giuliani-era policy often leads to displacement and eviction for renters living in buildings facing tax foreclosure. The city must end this harmful program and replace it with a system that stabilizes these buildings by turning them into social housing. And finally, the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act. This is a law, this was a bill that was introduced by Councilmember Rivera in the last session that would give nonprofits and community land trusts the right of first refusal to buildings going up for sale. And we urge the City Council to pass this law when it's reintroduced. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Oksana, for that testimony. Going to call now Imran Hussein. Over to Imran.
Clock is ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Ayala. My name is Imran Hussein. I'm a staff attorney with the Volunteers of Legal Service, a civil services organization serving all 5 boroughs where I work with marginalized small businesses. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted and accentuated many of the systemic injustices within New York City. However, unlike the disease itself, where we've developed an effective medicinal solution, we have not yet found a fix for the havoc this pandemic has brought upon our marginalized small business owners, who are the overlooked backbone of this incredible city. The moratorium made one thing apparent: legislation that requires landlords and commercial tenants to work together yields mutual success. Recently, I was working with an immigrant woman small business owner who operated a barbershop for over 20 years. Given the past 2 years in which she has to totally cease operations for a substantial period of time, she was unable to pay rent and faced the prospect of losing her business to eviction. In the absence of a moratorium, the landlord would have likely pursued an expensive, time-consuming legal proceeding, only to receive an empty storefront while the tenant would have lost her business, a local pillar of the community. Instead, the landlord and tenant worked together and found a mutually beneficial solution. I'm happy to say that the landlord is receiving regular rent payments while the small business owner can maintain her livelihood. In addition to legislation, potential funding to provide much needed relief to commercial tenants, we must focus on ensuring our small business owners are able to take advantage of these breaks. Many of our small business owners are immigrants who do not speak English as their first language or know their rights under the law. This is all exacerbated by the fact that these tenants, unlike residential tenants, do not have the right to counsel in commercial eviction proceedings to protect themselves and their businesses. This results in missed opportunities and makes it harder for landlords and tenants to come to an agreement. As the city considers programs, fundings, and policies for residential tenants who face eviction, we must not forget the commercial tenants who are also struggling to make rent. For each small business that fails, not only does a family lose its livelihood, but workers lose their jobs and the community loses an important service. And for that, New York City is worse off. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Imran, for your testimony. Now going to move to Raphael Moore-Punnett for testimony. Over to Raphael.
Clock is ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember Ayala and other members of the committee. I want to thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Raphael Moore-Punnett. I'm the Associate Director for Housing at the Harlem Community Justice Center. We are a project of the Center for Court Innovation, which is an agency that has 25 years working in New York City to create a more humane justice system. And the Harlem Community Justice Center has been operating for 20 years, serving residents of East and Central Harlem, including constituents in your district, Councilmember Ayala. We want to thank the council for our longstanding partnership and speak a bit about our concerns around the eviction moratorium ending. It seems like now that there aren't legal protections, the increase in volume of court cases is a risk for our clients and your constituents, and as many of the legal service providers has addressed. But I want to speak a bit about public housing tenants, because before the pandemic, NYCHA was the largest evictor in New York City. And we are very much concerned about our clients in public housing who have ballooning debts. Many of these clients were encouraged by NYCHA to apply for ERAP and now have not received any ERAP funding and now are ineligible for one-shot deals because they have pending ERAP applications. And we are concerned this is a very large number of tenants in the city, and that now they have no options for rent relief, and that their rent arrears are going to continue to increase until NYCHA brings them to court. We are advocating for these residents at the Justice Center, and definitely want to highlight for residents the new protections available due to the Fields v. Russ settlement that NYCHA entered into, which is going to provide tenants, hopefully, additional protections in countering rent overcharges. While the state assumes that rent subsidies will prevent tenants from falling into arrears, the subject of this litigation was that NYCHA is not doing that and not adjusting rents. And we're hoping that the Fields v. Russ settlement and educating tenants about this settlement can really dramatically increase tenants' ability to fight overcharges through the grievance process. And we'll continue to advocate around this. Thank you.
Raphael, let me ask you a question. The Administrator Fitzpatrick and I asked her about the oh my God, I lost my track of thought. The evictions, and I didn't ask about the public housing. I lost my question. It'll come back to me, but because you just mentioned something and it just like it struck a chord with some. Oh, the ERAP applications. The ERAP applications. So if a person applied for ERAP, my understanding is based on what we're seeing in our office is that they can't apply for a one-shot deal because they have a pending sheet. So Administrator Fitzpatrick mentioned that had changed. Is that so that's not apply to people that had applied previous to the change?
From my understanding, if you apply for ERAP this year, you can still apply for a one-shot deal. But if you applied for an ERAP last year, it's going to appear as pending in the system and you're no longer eligible for a one-shot deal. NYCHA sent out letters and emails to all the residents saying, go apply for ERAP. So if residents did what NYCHA told them to do, they are now ineligible for a one-shot deal. And this is a problem that has no immediate solution. And NYCHA has to figure out what to do with all these tenants who owe tens of thousands of dollars.
Jeez. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Raphael, for your testimony. Going to move now to the final panelist in this segment, Stephanie Espinal. Over to Stephanie.
Clock is ready.
I believe Stephanie needs to be unmuted. This time, I think that Stephanie might be experiencing some technical difficulties because Stephanie is no longer on the Zoom. So in the meanwhile, I will call up our next panel and we'll circle back with Stephanie. The next panel will be in the following order: Anne Korchak, Joan Zhu, Helen, and Hung Bao Ma.
Clock's ready.
So I am now going to turn to Anne Korchak for testimony.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Anne Korchak, and I'm currently serving as the president of SPONY, which is the Small Property Owners of New York. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak today. Our members have been greatly impacted by the eviction moratorium. And I just want to share a few examples with the end of the eviction moratorium, what some of our members might see. In Brooklyn, a homeowner in a 4-unit building who has had a drug dealing squatter in her home since before the pandemic may get a chance to return safety to the other residents in her building. But first, a judge must view the videotapes and hear the testimony of the other residents in the building. In Queens, a young woman who has daily encounters with a threatening and misogynistic non-paying tenant may get a judge to understand the danger that she's living in. In Manhattan, an owner who has a grifter in her apartment and who's using every legal protection afforded to tenants that allows her to continue to occupy a bedroom in this woman's apartment, perhaps the woman can be removed and she can begin healing from this incredibly emotional, damaging ordeal. In Staten Island, there's a homeowner with a tenant who has not lost his livelihood and was not impacted by COVID. Perhaps this owner can seek back rent and get their home back. In the Bronx, perhaps a judge can finally hear a case that predates the pandemic, where a tenant has willfully destroyed the property and made the building uninhabitable for the other family below. The eviction moratorium began with the best of intentions to keep people housed and out of shelter so as to slow the spread of COVID. But this public health measure has been seized as an opportunity to force small owners to act as shelter providers without compensation. All the while, the city and the state dole out millions to wasteful and sometimes criminal third-party providers who are running the broken shelter system in our city. It's time to acknowledge that the eviction moratorium has hurt small landlords, and that the blanket eviction moratorium that protected all tenants and left no room to deal with situations like the ones I've just described has created a crisis for the small operators. We are the backbone of New York City housing, and destroying us greatly impacts the renters in our buildings. And I'd just like to add quickly, I know earlier, there was a lot of people speaking about the right to counsel legislation, and we support that. We do believe that people that are in need, financially, should get representation, but we also believe that that protection, should be provided to struggling small housing providers too. If they fit the same income parameters that you will be offering the right to counsel for tenants, the small owners who fit that same financial profile, should be given the right to counsel as well. And also, one earlier speaker, I believe it was Eric Lee, called for the entire $2 billion in pandemic aid to go to rental assistance. And, we agree with that also 100%. So thank you for allowing me to testify today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Anne, for your testimony. Going to now move to Joan Zhu for testimony, followed by Helen. Over to Joan Zhu.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity for me to testify in front of the chair, Ayala, and all the city council members. I'm just a small landlord in Brooklyn. My case is actually has been like over 2 years, but not going anywhere. I filed 2 court cases, one in the housing court, one in the Supreme Court. My tenant actually has ability to pay. He has 2 perfume factories in the Brooklyn intercity. He makes about $4.5 million sales every year. And before he applied, when he filed the application to apply to rent an apartment, he actually showed me that his tax return, he make over $270,000 a year. So a person who actually make almost $300,000 a year, but not paying me a dime for 2 years. And he also owns a mansion just 2 blocks away from a property, but he's not moving back. He told me to just put my mortgage into forbearance, asked me to defer my property tax. And he said that I'm just staying here. I'm not going anywhere. This pandemic, ain't nothing you can do. So he owed me like so far for 22 months rent, which is like $55,000. My case actually was reported by NY1 News on 10 p.m. live on February 17. I'm going to include a link on my testimony, and you are welcome to watch it. And I want to say is that people just they're rich, but they're abusing the system. They're abusing the UAP. They're abusing all the eviction moratorium. They're just using excuse not paying a small landlord, and we are actually in the danger of losing our house. As a small landlord, we need help. We want our voice be heard. Who's helping us? So I'm just telling you that if you're welcome to ask me any questions. That's all. Thank you.
I appreciate you coming to testify, and I actually did see the New York One report, and I'm sorry that this is happening to you. And I would imagine that throughout the pandemic there are situations where people may be taking advantage of the system. But I really want to reiterate that the reason that we're having this hearing is because the majority of people don't, right? Then they really are in need. And we need to be able to make that distinction and to keep that, and make sure that we're protecting, both those residents that really need to be protected, but also not at the expense of smaller landlords. So there has to be a better balance, and we need to do better to protect, both sides. But I wanted to thank you personally for coming in today to testify, and I'm sorry again that this is happening to you. Submit your information, we'll look at it, and we'll see how we can be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Joan, for your testimony. Before calling on the next panelists, I want to give a heads up of the names of those who will be on the following panel. So the following panel is going to be comprised in this order of speaking: Shuzhen Zhou, Xiao Feng Chen, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your names, and Tawaki Komatsu. So I'll now go back to calling the names of the remaining panelists in this panel. Over to Helen for testimony.
Clock is ready.
My name is Helen. I'm a small landlord from Queens. I'm still suffering from financial, mental, and emotional distress after eviction moratorium, even though it had expired. My eviction case is stuck in court because we need to wait for the ERAP decision. We need to wait for the tenant's ERAP decision. We are doing a holdover to take back the upstairs apartment from adult children to get more spaces. Plus, this is a bad tenant. They had to destroy my apartment. They did destructive, nuisance behavior had to breach the quiet enjoyment of my home and affect the quality of my life. That's why I do not participate in ERAP. My tenant applied for ERAP with fraudulent landlord information. They gave fraud landlord email address, which I don't own this email address. I can't access to it. They do not give landlord contact number. They don't give my address. Actually, I am living in the same house with them, but on the first floor. They're on the second floor. They did this on purpose in order to prolong their long stay in my property free of rent. I told my lawyer, I'm having financial hardship with the 2 college kids. I do want the ERAP money, but I would rather to evict the destructive nuisance tenant as soon as possible. I'm on disability. I have cancer. I have severe medical problem. I'm having neurology and psychological problem. Plus, they are destructive nuisance tenant. They have destroyed my property. They use force to break the apartment doors, windows on and off. They drill holes in the bathtub, use sewage pipe, purposely cause big leak and flooding on my first floor apartment. There are dog urine everywhere on the carpet in the apartment. The dog urinate smell seep down to my first floor apartment from time to time. It is stinky and very disgusting. They sublease the apartment without my permission. They constantly have strangers moving in and out the apartment. They addict to marijuana. Husband is alcoholic. They're always fighting, hitting wall, pounding floor, smashing and crashing heavy object on the floor. The kid screaming, yelling, crying, loud dog barking. They have engaged in physical fighting and police were called in many times. My tenant continued to damage my property on purpose. They continued stumbling, jumping on the floor, making excessive noise every day to harass me. I'm on medication. My medical condition requires me to sleep a lot. I can't sleep at night because the destructive tenants makes my medical condition getting worse in these 2 years. My tenant had abused the ERAP system. As a property owner and a regular primary voter, I would like to tell the lawmakers, we vote for you to make fair law to protect all New Yorkers, not just tenants, not just a certain population, not just only my property needs to be protected, but also my house and my life is getting screwed because I can't choose my neighbors anymore. As a small owner, I have the same human right as all the tenants in New York. We all want to live in a safe, peaceful, and quiet enjoyment home. I need to take back my property as soon as possible for my health and my life. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen, for your testimony. I'll now turn to Hung Bao Ma for testimony.
Clock is ready.
Hi, my name is Hung Bao Ma. Let me open the. My name is Hung Bao Ma. I'm a U.S. citizen, live in Queens of New York. I have a tenant about 3 years not paid before the pandemic. Also damage, flood my basement a lot of every year. More than I check the court record. Every year duplicate same thing, but court not do anything up to now, even before pandemic. And I heard I have a lot of landlord friends, a lot of story. Somebody more serious than mine. But my question, besides my problem. My question, I have several questions. Number one, I think I listened before somebody explained the two sides balance difficult, but I think this is not the legal problem, the principle. Very simple problem, money problem, money problem. This is because the owner needed to pay property tax. Use the property is public school, policeman, everything. The owner must pay public service to a city, and electricity, and water, and a lot of things. The principal question is who pays this? Who pays this? Real money. In the whole world, the richest person $100, same as the poorest people $100. Why the New York City? Why want the landlord must 1 year, 2 years, 3 years to pay for other people? This is a moral problem. In the whole world, global, 10,000 years, no society do this. This is why you force some people pay other people's electricity, water. My water bill, sometimes the bill, 1,500 per month. Heating bill, over 9,900. Why I must pay? Yes, I need to pay, I pay. But this is not reasonable. Second one, this property, 100% private property. I hope the governor, our mayor, our council people, our committee, everybody, the whole New York people to think about this is private property. Respect the private property. The country, the whole history, 10,000 years, humans, the global history, all the government respect private property. This is private. Yes, this is very good. If somebody pay rent, live here, human.
I'm sorry.
I hope consider this like a restaurant, like supermarket, like anything. The third one is this American. Yeah, this damage American because landlord cannot to refix the property. Some house in New York is more than 100 years because the landlord not get the money from the sky. They earn the money. They need the rent to fix. If support these people not rent, the society, the landlord, the people don't want to spend the money to construct a new house.
Mr. Ma, we have people
I hope the governor, to tell governor, society commander to.
Sir, your time has expired.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Develop our country. We want to reach. We want our country strong. Everybody hard work. Pay for his or her cost of the living, food, housing. Thank you very much. This is what I want.
Thank you.
Make our country strong, rich. New York is the #1 whole world, whole global #1 city.
Thank you.
Why so many people cannot buy the room, cannot buy the food? This is a problem. I hope the country, our president, our governor, our mayor, to make our New York City really stronger. Everybody rich. I want everybody rich.
We have to move on. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
I love America. I want America stronger. I want the real #1. A lot of new house. A lot of every house is fixed very good. Not somebody live there, not move out.
Your time is expired. Your time is expired, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Ma. We're now going to move to our following panel. I'm going to call up the next two panels so that everyone has a heads up as to when they will be going. So the next panel will be comprised of Shuzen Zhou, followed by Tawaki Kamatsu, followed by Diana Prashad, followed by Katrina Corbell. And then that panel will be followed by Tamara Holliday, Sarah Block, and Christy Ortiz. So I will now begin with our next panel, beginning with Shuzen Zhou. And I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Over to Shuzen.
Clock is ready.
Hello.
Yes.
Go ahead, Liz.
Yeah. I am Susan Zhou. I live in Corona, Queens. My whole family has been in torture since the pandemic. Just because I leave my third floor, our lives are not safe. Before or even after the expiration of the moratorium. Before the pandemic, my tenants are normal people. They are nice, but since there are so many special rules come out, they make the laws. I mean, I don't know why. They just make the tenants have the more people, magnify the best side of people. There are 5 kids in my family. The youngest is not even 2 years old. At night, my tenants play loud music. They're not playing in the early morning before 10 p.m. Normally play loud music after 10 p.m. That time my kids are all sleeping. I call them to not at the 10 p.m. I call them at midnight. But they didn't listen to me. They keep playing loud music until 2 or 3 a.m. in the early morning. I called 311 and no one come to help me to stop them. I'm so sad. My kids cannot even have a peaceful night to sleep. And that is not a disaster. There's something that they throw gases bottle and that rise to my backyard. In the daytime, not at night, in the daytime. Can you imagine if my kids are out in the backyard at that time? And sometimes if you think backyard, you can stop your kids go to the backyard. But they even throw their large trash bag from the balcony to the front yard. How can they 100% sure that no one will come out and be hit by their trash bag? And sometimes they throw the gases bottle to the street. I feel like our lives are all under threatened and no one can help.
Time has expired.
I try to help my kids. I want someone can help me to protect my kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shuzen, for your testimony. Now going to move to Tawaki Kamatsu for testimony. Over to Tawaki.
Clock is ready.
Hi. Question for you. If you sign an apartment lease agreement and it's subsidized by HRA, if HRA then illegally changes your apartment lease agreement after you sign it, isn't that forgery? Isn't that fraud? Guess what? HRA did exactly that in 2016 after I signed an apartment lease agreement on February 16th. Ms. Ayala, you know for sure that I've repeatedly testified in public hearings. You also know that I've done so to absolutely no avail. You were in that public hearing back in November 2019 with Richie Torres, where Mr. Torres illegally kicked me out of it. I sent you an email during today's hearing about an email that I got last week from OTDA, where OTDA is essentially condoning the fact that HRA committed that fraud. So the question is, today's hearing is about oversight. It's about the impact of the eviction moratorium. Problem is, HRA is providing the funding for the legal services providers. So if I contact legal aid and all these other partners of HRA, ask them to have a subpoena issued against HRA to give me the records, guess what? They won't cooperate. So the question is, you're the chairwoman of this committee now, not Stephen Levin, that useless piece of something. Question is, what are you going to do about it? I mean, we can have a fresh new start here. Question is, what are you going to do about it? Also, to point out, I have a federal lawsuit against Stephen Banks. Cases Komatsu versus City of New York, case number 21 CV 1115. I filed a legal filing on Friday about that to the chief district judge in New York City. So again, you're the chairwoman of this committee. New York City Charter section 1116 applies to you. And the other thing too, Urban Pathways, it's a slumlord of the building in which I reside. I tried testifying in a public hearing last week about a new contract for $50 million. Urban Pathways and HRA jointly worked together to subject me to that fraud and forgery. So the question is, why is Urban Pathways getting more money from people like you who fund these contracts when Urban Pathways together with HRA committed that fraud and forgery? I should also point out that Frederick Scheck, he's the CEO of Urban Pathways. He was also on the advisory committee for Mayor Adams. So don't you think there's a bit of a conflict of interest there? I mean, do you want to keep your cash or do you want to continue to have it be wasted to slumlords like Urban Pathways? Do you have an answer for me?
My answer is that I will not discuss active litigation cases at a hearing. You're more than welcome to reach out to my office and we can have an offline conversation.
Oh, and last question is this. There was another public hearing recently where people were able to project exhibits in conjunction with their testimony for the outdoor dining public hearing about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Why is it that members of the public, when they try to present exhibits in conjunction with their testimony that's relevant, why is it that they cannot present exhibits with their testimony?
I'm not sure.
I'm talking about First Amendment and
yeah.
I'm talking about First Amendment and 14th Amendment rights.
I'm not sure, Mr. Twaki. If you have
Time is up. Time is up.
That your time is up. We need to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Twaki, for your testimony. We're now going to move to the following 2 panelists for this panel, Diana Prashad, followed by Katrina Corbell. Over to Diana Prashad.
Clock is ready.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Diana Prashad. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to address the committee for today's hearing to provide my perspective on the impact of the moratorium. Today marks the final day of Black History Month, and yet I will be discussing how systemic racism in our agencies like DSS and HPD has adversely affected my wife and I as Black LGBTQ homeowners and taxpayers. While I understand the intent of the moratorium was to safeguard New Yorkers who were experiencing financial hardships due to COVID-19, in my case, the moratorium protections were abused by New York City agencies, particularly DSS and HPD, to enact an agenda of retaliation and discrimination against my household. My wife and I belong to a community of first-time homeowners who, by way of our contracts, are obligated to maintain our homes as primary residences. On March 15, 2020, DSS illegally placed a client family into the home attached to mine and has been paying that homeowner a city FEBS voucher to breach our contract. Our homes are precluded from being rented, and thus DSS clients are not supposed to be on-site renters. Every homeowner in my development is required to remain in our homes until 2032. Because of this moratorium, DSS has refused to remove its illegally placed clients from the home attached to mine. On December 2nd, 2021, my ongoing nightmare with these New York City agencies as well as their clients was published in the city in an online newspaper. I will be attaching this article as addendum to my testimony today. From March 15, 2020 to present, my wife and I have been dealing with numerous issues from this illegally placed DSS client family into a home precluded from renting. We have been and continue to be threatened with physical and bodily harm. These threats were even verbalized to the NYPD. They have damaged our property, they have made threats to damage our vehicle, and this was realized in minutia on January 1st, 2021. We have been consistently debased in our sexuality and continue to experience homophobic slurs by parents and children alike. Our quality of life has been adversely affected since the home was only supposed to be occupied by a 3-person household, and this DSS client family consists of 9 or more people with an indeterminate amount of people moving in and out of the home. DSS has allowed an active drug dealer to reside and deal drugs on premises. DSS has also allowed an illegal car rental scheme being brought to our community. DSS has also allowed an illegal daycare to be operated. The quality of life issues are numerous. From March 2020 to December 2021, Aaron Drinkwater and Stephen Banks have used many excuses to keep their problematic clients in an illegal rental where they are actively harassing us and causing quality of life and safety issues. Post-moratorium, the Jenkins administration is now citing home base to protract these DSS clients' illegal stay in the residence. DSS is aware of their clients' desire to remain in the legal residence and have provided them and continue to provide them with a plethora of excuses using the gray areas in social service policy to continue the illegal occupation of the home. And this is simply because these clients were displaced in a black community. On West 79th Street, when the self-same complaints of quality of life, drug dealing, and safety issues came to the forefront to DSS via the Lucerne Hotel, DSS promptly launched a legal campaign expediting evictions of homeless clients, even with a backlog court system, to remove these clients from being a nuisance to a Caucasian community, all of whom are in legal housing. We are here to demand the removal of this illegal DSS client family. We are demanding equal treatment and equal protection under the law, and we are seeking your intervention by way of investigation and in placing policies and legislation in place, eradicating these gray areas in social service laws that allow both DSS personnel and clients alike to arbitrarily controvert protections set aside to safeguard against landlord abuses in legal rental arrangement, thereby allowing for the furthering of fraud in an illicit rental arrangement, as well as to circumvent disparate treatment, which continues to disproportionately affect Black and Brown communities when the same overtures are not being employed by DSS in predominantly Caucasian communities.
Ms. Prashad, I would like to wrap up. Ms. Prashad, we need to wrap up. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. We would like to know what actions will be
Time is up. The time is expired, miss.
Thank you, Diana Prashad, for your testimony. Now going to call on the final panelist for this panel, Katrina Corbell, to testify.
Clock is ready.
Thank you. My name is Katrina Corbell. I currently live in the Bronx. I am a member with SHOUT, which stands for the Supportive Housing Organized and United Tenants, as well as a handful of other nonprofits, some of which have been named already. I also am a member of the COVID-19 Long Haulers Advocacy Project. I volunteer with both the federal as well as the New York State and city groups. Today I'm testifying because of my personal COVID-19 experience in March 2020, which also led to the ongoing post-COVID pulmonary emboli, and then what became known now as long COVID, and the acronym I always forget. I became eligible to apply for ERAP because of my higher medical costs, higher utility costs, because of how we all had to stay in our homes the entire summer, basically. For me, I had to stay in my home a lot longer than that. So higher utility costs specifically. In addition to the ERAP, or part of the ERAP, I was mainly applying for it because of the utility, but also I wanted to point out the clause that affects the lower poverty people, like below 30% AMI, in that we wouldn't get the rent portion because our rent was either subsidized by one of the numerous government agencies. In my situation, my rent was fronted by HRA and is going to be paid back by my own SSI. So I'm still paying my rent, but I'm not going to be My rent's not going to be reimbursed. Like, I'm still paying my own rent. I'm just asking for help with my utilities. And I know some nonprofits will offer utility assistance, but then you guys would not be able to count me in your statistics. You would not be able to hear my testimony. Other people applied for ERAP and were able to receive rental assistance, but were denied utility assistance. And so I don't know where their statistic counts either. I haven't even seen my friends in that area be on this committee today. I don't know if they were aware that this council meeting existed or what happened, or if they're even being asked to follow up. I wish I could give another 2 minutes to counter the testimony from DSS. I will gladly do that in another day. The HRA helpline is a joke. I will spend an hour on hold and then be hung up on. So I look forward to future testimonies and future meetings with you guys from Shout on other areas that need desperate improvement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katrina, for that testimony. Now I'm going to call up our next panel. Our next panel will be in the following order: Tamara Holiday, followed by Sarah Block, followed by Christy Ortiz. Over to Tamara.
Clock is ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair and this committee, for the opportunity to testify. I'm Tamara Holiday, Senior Staff Attorney of the Civil Justice Practice at Brooklyn Defender Services. The statewide eviction moratorium protected vulnerable tenants and their families from eviction and homelessness during an unprecedented health crisis. Many families who were facing housing insecurity and permanent displacement before the pandemic had temporary relief with the moratorium. The fallout of the end of the eviction moratorium lands disproportionately on the city's most vulnerable communities. While most jobs have recovered in New York City, that recovery has been uneven. Many of our clients work in industries that were shuttered during the pandemic and have not recovered at nearly the same rate. Also, many of our clients are unable to return to their previous jobs because they still suffer from the lingering health effects from COVID. The city must prioritize creating more affordable housing. The Affordable Housing Lottery, as of 2018, had a 1 in 593 chance of success for each person applying for an affordable unit. Even if someone succeeds in obtaining affordable housing from the lottery, the ability to afford those units is uncertain. We also urge the city and HRA to waive the shelter requirement for city FEPs. Families who are eligible for public assistance or whose income falls within the federal poverty guidelines should be able to be assessed for city FEPs even if they've never lived in shelter. This requirement unnecessarily imposes the trauma of a shelter stay on families while burdening the city with the cost of providing that shelter. Finally, we urge the city to consider an agreement where it pays a portion of a tenant's rental arrears in consideration for the landlord not pursuing a money judgment against the tenant. Many of our clients have or will have the burden of trying to find an apartment with a money judgment. Because these judgments are another barrier to securing housing, they will inevitably force families into shelters. In those cases, it will be cheaper for the city to pay these arrears than to provide shelter. We thank Madam Chair and this committee for the opportunity to appear today and discuss these issues.
Thank you, Tamara. Going to now move to Sarah Block for testimony. Over to Sarah.
Clock is ready.
Good afternoon. Christy Ortiz Lamb will be presenting testimony for Brooklyn A.
Understood. So I'll now then call on Christy Ortiz.
Good afternoon. So my name is Christy Ortiz Lamb, and I am the Director of Preserving Affordable Housing Program at Brooklyn Legal Services Corporation A. Brooklyn A is a proud member of the LEAD Coalition, comprised of community-based civil legal services providers working collaboratively to serve no-income, low-income, and moderate-income New Yorkers. LEAP and its members play instrumental roles in both the right to counsel, as well as the anti-harassment tenant protection program. We approach this work as a community lawyers and emphasize the importance of sustainable caseloads, sufficient resources to support holistic client services, and funding to fight against tenant harassment and displacement beyond individual eviction cases. These are essentials to protecting our communities and ensuring tenants live with dignity in their homes. The New York moratorium on residential eviction was put in place in March 2020 to recognize the hardship and stress caused by the COVID-19 crisis, which in turn became a worldwide pandemic. During almost 2 years that followed, extensions to the moratorium allowed tenants deserving of protection from displacement. The tenants we represent are low income, and many are living paycheck to paycheck prior to the pandemic. When the pandemic hit, it drastically changed everything in their lives. Having the moratorium in place had an immense impact on tenants and legal services providers, in that the eviction stay allowed tenants the opportunity to find employment, alternative housing, or secure funds for payment of arrears rather than facing eviction during a worldwide pandemic. Since the moratorium was lifted in January 15, 2022, eviction proceedings have been stayed. Were able to move forward. Tenants who had no income due to the pandemic had no recourse under the law, and because they could not afford their apartments anymore, therefore they were made homeless in an abrupt way. The moratorium lifted in January 15th, and some tenants were evicted by January 31st. While the court initiated administrative orders and directives, there was a class of tenants who had a warrant prior to March 2020, and while they were already in legal predicament, the pandemic made things worse. So the benefit of the moratorium is evident in one of many success stories of the clients we represent during the pandemic. This particular client was laid off when the pandemic started and found 2 part-time jobs to try to make ends meet. Her earnings were the only time.
Yes.
So I can't keep Sarah's 2 minutes. Just kidding.
Minutes, but you can just wrap up.
Okay, so I will wrap up. I have some suggestions where I think would actually initiate protections for tenants and landlords. And one is that the federal, city, and state government add additional funding to ERAP. Also, that HRA will allow one-shot deal applications simultaneously with ERAP applications, which I heard earlier is the practice, but I have seen different. So I'm hoping that that actually becomes a reality. And the last thing is that OCJ will allow longer adjournments for cases that we are taking on as right to counsel. That would allow us an opportunity to adequately defend the tenants. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Christy, for that testimony, and to every member of the public who has testified today. At this point, if we have inadvertently missed anyone who would like to testify, if you can please use the Zoom raise hand function, and we will call you in the order in which your hand is raised. Okay, seeing no hands raised, Chair Ayala, we have concluded public testimony for this hearing. I'll now turn to you, Chair Ayala, for any closing remarks and then to close the hearing.
I just want to thank everyone for not only coming, but for staying so long to run the testimony. I think that, this was a constructive hearing. A lot of information was shared, a lot of really great recommendations, and I want to once again, highlight the work of all of the advocates. We really wouldn't be able to do this work without you and your expertise. So thank you all for coming. And with that, I want to thank Councilmember Yeager and Riley for staying and sticking it out through the end, even though he's not even supposed to be here. This is great. With that, this hearing is closed. Thank you.